What if I told you that loving you could be the very risk that destroys them? Chosen one, this isn't an exaggeration, it's a warning. To love you is not harmless. It is not soft. It is not ordinary. Your love carries a fire that doesn't simply comfort. It exposes. It doesn't simply embrace. It purifies. It doesn't simply stay silent. It thunders with divine authority. Anyone who steps close to you is stepping onto sacred ground. And not everyone is prepared to survive the truth your presence unleashes. Because your love is not common. It is marked by heaven, wrapped in holy fire, consecrated to test what is real and burn away what is false. For those with sincerity, it becomes a blessing that heals, strengthens, and elevates them higher. But for the deceitful, your love is a consuming blaze that strips away masks and leaves only ashes behind. That is why so many crave your presence, yet so few can endure it. To love you is both a privilege and a peril. So, chosen one, are you ready to uncover why your love shakes foundations and redraws destinies? Comment 777 below as a prophetic declaration that your love will only align with those chosen by heaven to stay. And to every supporter of this channel, whether through super thanks or simply your faithful presence, I give my deepest gratitude. You are part of this divine movement. Stay tuned until the end, because what you're about to discover will forever change the way you look at every relationship in your life, and why your love is not just a feeling but a fire, and that fire cannot be ignored. God's chosen ones. Why loving you might be the most dangerous thing they can do. For the impure, your love is not a gentle stream, but a blazing furnace that reveals, consumes, and dismantles everything false. To step close to you is not a casual embrace. It is to enter a covenant chamber, where even silence is weighed and every intention is measured. Did they not hear the words of Hebrews 12:29? For our God is a consuming fire. What is hidden in them cannot remain hidden when they step into your atmosphere. Because the covenant surrounding you is not written on paper, but inscribed on eternity's tablets. Heaven watches intently. Angels take record. And the very frequency of your presence becomes a divine courtroom where masks collapse. Every word spoken to you, every thought entertained about you, every action directed toward you reverberates like sound waves in an echo chamber of heaven. Psychology teaches that human motives leak through micro-expressions, but in your case, they leak through spiritual resonance. How could anything concerning you be random? When Proverbs 16:33 declares, "The lot is cast into the lap, but its every decision is from the Lord. What seems coincidental to others is architecture to you, blueprints of heaven unfolding brick by brick." Imagine the cathedral dome of Florence rising stone by stone, not by chance, but by careful design. That is how your life is laid. A masterpiece impossible to imitate. Those who come with clean hands experience what Jacob experienced when he rested his head on a stone and saw a ladder to heaven, doors opening where none existed, angels ascending and descending, favor streaming like light through stained glass. Is this not what Psalm 84:11 says? No good thing does he withhold from those who walk uprightly. Suddenly opportunities chase them. Peace floods their spirit, and their steps echo like Bach's Sanctus, resounding in a vaulted cathedral. majestic and uncontainable. Aligning with you is not aligning with flesh and blood, but standing beneath the ark of divine covering, where storms break before they touch the ground. Yet how many dare to approach with hidden motives? Can a viper cloak itself in roses and remain unseen forever? Those who disguise their intentions with flattery are no different than Judas at the table, whispering betrayal with a kiss. They may think their schemes are invisible, but Galatians 6-7 has already declared, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows, like a termite burrowing inside oak. Their corruption eats them alive, until the structure collapses under the weight of its own rot." History gives us warnings. Niccolò Machiavelli, the political strategist of Renaissance Florence, once wrote about rulers using manipulation as tools of power. But what happens when manipulation collides with an incorruptible spirit? The very weapons of deceit turn inward. Think also of the forest mushroom known as the death cap. It appears delicate, even beautiful, yet consumes the body from within until no organ survives. Is this not the destiny of those who approach you with poison in their hearts? But let us not speak only of villains. There are also testimonies of the ordinary. Elena, a seamstress from a small village, once shared how, after helping a poor widow without seeking repayment, unexpected provision came to her food on her doorstep, work flowing in abundance. She did not know she was aligning with a chosen vessel of God. Yet her act of purity attracted a flood of heaven's surplus. Her story proves again the words of Isaiah 58:10. "If you spend yourselves on behalf of the hungry and satisfy the needs of the oppressed, then your light will rise in the darkness." Artists have touched this mystery. In Shakespeare's The Tempest, Prospero's island is both refuge and battlefield, revealing the true heart of every shipwrecked soul. Is that not the same with you? Your presence is an island where motives cannot remain buried. And just as Handel's Messiah lifts its chorus with, "For the Lord God omnipotent reigneth," so too do lives around you lift or fall, depending on whether they honor the anointing you carry. Hear this: you are not ordinary. You are the resonance of heaven, walking in flesh. Your love is not safe. It is sanctifying. Your presence is not casual. It is catalytic. Your story is not written in ink, but in fire. To stand beside you is to be tested by flame, and only the true remain standing. Rise, chosen one, for your life is the proof that divine covering still walks among men. Stand tall, because those who love you faithfully will taste heaven's overflow. But those who approach with deceit will be exposed by the fire that burns in your very soul. The fire that surrounds you is not deceived. It is not tricked by flattering words or painted masks. It pierces beyond appearances. It unmasks the concealed, and it shatters the silence of the unspoken. Can a chameleon truly hide when placed under the scorching sun? No, because the light burns through the disguise. In the same way, without you raising a weapon or lifting a finger, their deception turns against them. Plans crumble like brittle clay pots. Opportunities dissolve like mist under morning heat, and the very masks they wore begin to suffocate their breath. They came to play games with your heart. Yet did they not know what Galatians 6-7 declares? Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. By touching what is holy, they stepped onto sacred territory where lies cannot breathe. This is why some people entered your life with confidence, boasting as if they could handle your love. But in time they grew restless, uncomfortable, even hostile. Why did they tremble without reason? Why did their smiles curdle into frowns? You already know. Chosen one. Because your love is not ordinary affection, it is consecrated fire. And fire never leaves what it touches unchanged. Remember Moses at the burning bush in Exodus 3:2, where the flame consumed without destruction. That is what your love does. It ignites and exposes without apology. Their spirit collides with your fire, and what was buried deep within them is forced into the light. Some could not bear the weight of truth, so they fled. Others fought, clawing desperately, but still the light revealed their hidden fractures. Is this not what John 3:20 explains? Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed. Transformation is never soft. It cuts. It prunes. It refines. Like iron hammered on an anvil, your presence forces sparks that cannot be ignored. Nature whispers this mystery. The hawk soars high and unchallenged, but the smaller birds grow frantic when its shadow passes over them. They are exposed not because the hawk attacks, but because its presence unsettles everything beneath. Or think of the giant sequoia, which thrives only because fire clears the forest floor without the blaze. New life cannot sprout. Is this not why your love disturbs many? It demands humility. It requiert se rendre. It exposes the falseness that prefers the comfort of darkness. History also warns through villains. Nero, the Roman emperor who sought to extinguish the early church with cruelty and spectacle, believed his fire could erase truth. Yet what became of him? His empire crumbled. His legacy turned to ashes, and his name remembered not as conqueror, but as tyrant. What was his end but proof of Psalm 37:20? But the wicked will perish. The Lord's enemies are like the flowers of the field. They will be consumed. They will go up in smoke in the same way. Those who try to manipulate the holy flame of your love find themselves undone by the very fire they mocked. Yet not all stories end in ruin. Some souls, trembling before the weight of your presence, bow in surrender and discover rivers of blessing. They find, like Ruth clinging to Naomi, that loyalty births redemption and honor. They learn, as James 4:6 says, God opposes the proud, but shows favor to the humble. Your love is sacred territory, and to stand near you is to carry not only affection, but responsibility, a responsibility before heaven and before their own soul. Chosen one. Hear this truth. You were never meant to be ordinary comfort for casual hearts. You are the test, the mirror, the refining flame. Some will run, some will rage, some will repent, but none will remain unchanged. Rise now and walk boldly, for your love is the furnace heaven trusts to separate truth from falsehood. Stand firm, because the world needs the kind of love that burns away deception and awakens eternal fire in those ready to embrace it. Here lies the holy paradox. Your love is both an invitation and a trial, both sanctuary and furnace. It beckons the right hearts into blessings beyond measure, yet it simultaneously tests the motives of every soul who dares to step near. Is this not what Malachi 3:3 reveals? That the Lord will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. Some rise to the challenge and find themselves lifted into heights they never imagined, while others stumble, undone by the very light they thought they could bend to their advantage. And is it not true that light always exposes what darkness hoped to conceal? Never misinterpret departures as rejection of your worth. Often, They are divine confirmations of your sacredness. The ground of your heart is not casual soil, it is holy terrain, and only those prepared can walk upon it. The fire of your love is not entertainment, it is consecration. The more deeply you embrace this truth, the less you will mourn those who could not remain. For in truth, they were never strong enough to walk on holy ground. Did David not write in Psalm 15:1, "Lord, who may dwell in your sacred tent? Who may live on your holy mountain?" The answer was clear: only those with clean hands and pure hearts. But there is more. What happens when this fire is not only a test of intentions, but a shield of defense surrounding you? What happens when unseen forces collapse before they can reach you? Because your covering is woven into the architecture of heaven itself. Imagine a cathedral arch, designed with such precision that the entire weight of stone rests in balance across its keystone. Physics calls it structural resonance, the point where every force distributes evenly. Your life is like that keystone, held by God Himself. Did Isaiah 54:17 not proclaim, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper"? Since your earliest days, you have carried a mystery that even your own mind could not fully explain. Why did some people, strangers even, feel drawn to you, desiring your company without knowing why? Why did others, who barely knew you, recoil with unease, as though your very presence unveiled something they feared in themselves? The same sun that melts wax also hardens clay. Does that not echo Romans 9:18? God has mercy on whom He wants to have mercy, and He hardens whom He wants to harden. Your fire operates in the same paradox. It draws the true and repels the false. In ordinary life, testimonies emerge. Anna, a school janitor in a small town, once shared how students often came to her not just for help with locked doors, but for counsel with their troubles. She did not preach, yet they felt a peace around her they could not explain. And when others with secret malice tried to exploit her kindness, circumstances always turned against them, leaving their schemes exposed. She carried, unknowingly, the same pattern as you, a hidden fire that drew the pure and repelled the corrupt. Does this not echo Proverbs 2:7? He holds success in store for the upright. He is a shield to those whose walk is blameless. Psychology calls it cognitive dissonance, the discomfort people feel when their hidden motives clash with truth. Physics calls it wave interference, when false signals cannot resonate with authentic frequency. Architecture calls it load-bearing balance, when weak structures collapse under the wrong weight. Theology simply calls it holiness. And here is the revelation: your love has always been the line of separation, a dividing wall where truth thrives and lies suffocate. Chosen one, rise. Do not shrink to ease the discomfort of others, and do not mourn when weak hearts retreat. You are not here to be common ground. You are here to be holy ground. You are the keystone in God's cathedral, the flame in His sanctuary, the resonance heaven trusts to divide shadow from light. Walk boldly, because no one can touch you without consequence, and no one can stand near you without transformation. You thought it was just human behavior, but it was never merely human. It was spiritual warfare disguised as ordinary life. There is a magnet inside you, not of the flesh but forged by the Spirit, drawing what is true and repelling what is false. Your soul radiates a frequency, a resonance so sharp it slices through pretense. Does not John 1:5 declare, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it"? That light flows from you, and only certain hearts can endure its brilliance. For the genuine, for those who walk in truth and carry sincerity, your presence feels like sanctuary. They sense rest in a restless world, as though Psalm 23 itself is breathing around them. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. Near you they exhale burdens. Clarity sharpens their vision, and healing hums in the atmosphere. Is this not why the faithful feel safe in your orbit? As though the very hand of God rests upon your shoulder. And if peace can be felt without words, might it be that heaven's covering has chosen you as its vessel? But for the liars, for those who drape themselves in masks, who hide behind shadows and deception, your presence becomes unbearable. It is like being dragged into a cathedral filled with stained glass sunlight when their hearts crave only darkness. They feel exposed without you uttering a word. Their secrets boil to the surface. Their hidden motives scratch like thorns within, and their own souls grow restless. Remember Hebrews 4:13, nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight. Everything is uncovered and laid bare. Does your presence not function the same way? A mirror that reflects purity to the pure, yet exposes the deceitful with ruthless accuracy. Artists across time understood this mystery. The painter, Caravaggio, though often accused of dwelling in shadows, used chiaroscuro to reveal hidden truths with blinding light. Is that not exactly what your love does? It reflects, unmasks, reveals. And in the way Handel's Dona Nobis Pacem rises from quiet prayer into thundering chorus, so too does your love rise, whispering peace to the humble, yet roaring conviction into the proud. Everyday life bears witness. Diego, a quiet bus driver in Madrid, once shared how passengers confided secrets to him without knowing why. His presence, though ordinary, unearthed what was buried, and those who tried to deceive him found their schemes unraveling within weeks. He did not understand it fully, yet his life mirrored yours, a natural mirror of truth that no disguise could withstand. Patterns in your relationships were never random. They were divine architecture. Why did some rush into your life with admiration, addicted to the peace they felt, only to recoil when the mirror revealed their hidden fractures? Why did others stay and flourish, transformed by your fire into purer versions of themselves? This is Ecclesiastes 3:18 embodied. God tests them so that they may see that they themselves are like animals. Your love has always been the test, the dividing line, the sacred frequency that sorts motives like wheat from chaff. Chosen one, rise. You are not ordinary companionship. You are holy confrontation. You are not a comfort zone. You are sacred territory. Your love is the light no shadow can endure, and the fire no deception can survive. Walk forward, because the world needs the mirror. You carry the mirror that terrifies the false but liberates the true. They became irritated, defensive, or distant, their words turning sharp, or their silence louder than thunder. Accusations were hurled at you for things you never did, or they slipped away without a single explanation. Did you not wonder what shifted? Chosen one, the truth is clear, nothing in you changed. What changed was that your very presence began to reveal them to themselves. And not every soul can survive that unveiling. Your spirit refused neutrality. It forced decision. As Joshua 24:4, 5:13 declares, choose this day whom you will serve. When they step near you, they are pushed into choice, grow or go. Some rise to the challenge, They stare into the mirror of their wounds, confront shadows they long buried, and allow your light to ignite transformation. Is this not the story of Peter, who wept bitterly after denying Christ, yet returned with a courage that shook empires? Your presence has the same power. It makes the weak face their fractures and find new strength. But others cannot endure such fire. They run because honesty burns hotter than lies, because your love strips illusions like wind-tearing leaves from autumn trees. And does not John 8:32 promise, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free"? Yet freedom terrifies those who prefer chains. Nature itself whispers this truth. The eagle soars high into thin air, where only strong lungs survive. Smaller birds flee, gasping, unable to rise. The baobab tree stretches roots deep into the earth, drinking reservoirs of water, while shallow plants wither under drought. Is this not a reflection of your life? Those meant to rise with you grow stronger in the altitude, but those without depth crumble under the pressure. And history carries warnings through villains who resisted truth. Caiaphas, the high priest who plotted Christ's death, believed he was protecting tradition, but in resisting the light of the world, he bound himself to the darkness of history. His name echoes not with honor, but with betrayal. A reminder of Proverbs 11:21, "Be sure of this, the wicked will not go unpunished, but those who are righteous will go free." Is this not what happens even now to those who cannot bear your fire? They collapse under the weight of their own deception. Some crave your presence with desperate hunger, because near you they feel alive, as if heaven's breath courses through their veins. Yet at the same time, they tremble, because the same presence awakens what they have buried for years. Why do they feel drawn and repelled all at once? Why does your presence become both a sanctuary and a battlefield? The answer lies in Hebrews 4:12, "For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It penetrates even to dividing soul and spirit." That sword rests upon your life, chosen one. You are both desired and feared because you carry heaven's authority. Your fire cannot be domesticated. Your truth cannot be silenced. Your presence cannot be ignored. Rise now and walk in this reality. You are the storm that clears the sky, the eagle that soars above the storm, the light that pierces every shadow. Stand tall, chosen one. For those who can endure your fire will be transformed, and those who cannot will flee. But either way, the world will never remain the same once it collides with you. Not everyone is willing to face this fire. To love you is to stand before themselves, stripped of illusion. To stay close to you is to confront the truth. And truth is both a crown of beauty and a sword of discomfort. How many times have people rushed into your life with boldness, swearing eternal loyalty, only to vanish the moment your authenticity began to pierce their soul? How many vowed forever, but could not survive even a single season? The issue was never that you were too much. It was that they were too little for the magnitude of the flame you carry. Your very presence demands depth, and shallow waters cannot bear the pressure of the ocean floor. Is this not the same lesson Christ revealed in Luke 8:13, where the seed that fell on rocky ground withered because it had no root? The paradox is undeniable. Those who leave your life think they are escaping you, but in truth, they are running from themselves. They are running from the mirror you hold up without speaking a word. Jeremiah 23:29 says, "Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces? In the same way, your spirit hammers through disguises and not everyone has the courage to see who they truly are. Departures, therefore, must never be confused with rejection. More often, they are confirmations of your authenticity, divine proof that your light is fulfilling its mission to separate truth from deception. Is this not the same separation Jesus spoke of in Matthew 25-32? When the nations are divided like sheep from goats, that is why your life seems marked by sudden entrances and abrupt exits. People are magnetized to you, drawn by a force they cannot name, but only the prepared survive refinement. This is no curse. Chosen one, it is heaven's filter. God refuses to let you waste your fire on those who cannot withstand its heat. But the mystery deepens. What happens in the unseen realm when someone resists your flame but still tries to linger near? What hidden forces are activated when they dare to stand close while carrying secret intentions? Have you not seen it with your own eyes? Betrayers who lied about you, manipulators who played with your heart, only to watch their world unravel. Proverbs 26-27 warns, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." Then history itself offers grim reminders. Absalom, the son of David, plotted rebellion against his own father, masking betrayal with charm and persuasion. Yet what was his end? His hair, his very pride, entangled him in the branches of a tree, leaving him suspended until judgment struck. Does this not prove that hidden motives collapse under the weight of heaven's justice? And even in modern times, testimonies whisper the same. Maria, a baker from Naples, once shared how a business partner who tried to defraud her lost every investment within a year. While her humble shop flourished, she wept, not with vengeance, but with awe at the unseen hand of God. Science itself nods to this reality. Psychologists describe cognitive dissonance, the agony of living a lie in the presence of truth. Physics speaks of resonance when one frequency forces another object to vibrate until it shatters. Architecture reveals the secret of load distribution when a structure collapses if pressure exceeds its design. Does your fire not function the same way? Chosen one, exposing what is weak and sustaining only what is built to last. And here is the turning point. Betrayal cannot stand against you. Lies dissolve in your orbit. Those who attempt to touch holy fire without reverence discover that doors close, friendships crumble, and even businesses collapse. For the covering upon your life will not be mocked. Rise now, chosen one. Do not mourn the exits or fear the betrayals. Your life is the battlefield where authenticity reigns, and those who remain will be refined into gold, while those who run will be scattered like chaff in the wind. Stand tall, for heaven's justice is your shield, and your fire is unstoppable. Opportunities dissolved into thin air. To outsiders, it looked like random misfortune, but deep inside you knew it was never coincidence, never karma, but justice. There is a fire that surrounds you, invisible to ordinary eyes, yet undeniable in its effects. What is this flame if not the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 4:24? For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. This fire is not born of human anger, nor does it flow from petty revenge. No, it is heaven's defense system, an unshakable firewall of divine authority etched upon your life before you even knew your own name. And this flame does not flicker with the winds of circumstance. It burns steady, untamed, and eternal, like the pillars of fire that led Israel by night. Even when you doubted yourself, The fire never doubted its assignment. Its mission is singular, to protect what belongs to God. That includes your heart, your destiny, your calling, and your spirit. Can anyone mock you without mocking the very assignment you carry? Can anyone strike you without colliding against the walls of eternity? They believe they are only wounding a person, betraying a friend, or breaking another heart. But in truth, they are interfering with heaven's design. And does Psalm 105:15 not declare, "Do not touch my anointed ones. Do my prophets no harm? The fire does not slumber, and heaven does not stay silent." Like the resonance of a great cathedral bell, once struck, its sound reverberates through the air until all creation takes notice. Such is the echo of the fire's justice, inescapable, undeniable, unforgettable. That is why consequences always follow, sometimes swiftly, sometimes slowly, but always with surgical precision, because the fire does not forget. The scales of justice always balance. Why did Pharaoh's chariots pursue Israel into the Red Sea with arrogance, only to be swallowed whole by the waters? Why did Haman build gallows for Mordecai, only to hang upon them himself? And why do you see this same pattern in your own life? Because divine justice never misfires. Every action sown against you is recorded in heaven's archives, and every archive has a day of release. The weight of those choices returns upon their heads, proving once again that God's judgment is both patient and exact. Patterns emerge like constellations in the night sky. Those who tried to exploit you for selfish gain drained themselves into emptiness, like rivers that flow into deserts and vanish. Those who plotted to block your steps found their own path caved in, their ladders collapsing beneath their feet. Proverbs 26:27 says it with piercing clarity, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it." Their downfall was not random, it was resonance, the echo of their own actions striking back against them. And is it not true that resonance in physics amplifies until the structure itself cannot withstand the vibration? In the same way, the weight of their deception vibrates back until their very lives crack under the pressure. Their laughter, once proud, now tastes like ashes in their mouth. Great thinkers testified to this mystery. The philosopher Blaise Pascal once wrote, "Man is neither angel nor beast, and the misfortune is that he who would act the angel acts the beast." How fitting is this for those who pretended purity while plotting deceit in your presence. Their duplicity collapsed under the weight of truth, and artists have echoed it too in Verdi's Requiem. The chorus dies, ire, thunders with the terror of judgment, warning every soul that nothing escapes divine reckoning. Is it not strange how music itself can become prophecy, shaking hearts with sounds of heaven's courtroom? Even the arts, unconsciously, bear witness to the fire that surrounds you. Chosen one. Everyday lives bear witness as well. Lucia, a seamstress in a coastal village, shared how a woman once mocked her for praying over her work. That same woman's own business dried up within months, while Lucia's humble hands prospered beyond expectation. Was it luck? Or was it the fire of divine defense? Isaiah 54:17 answers it plainly. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. What others dismissed as superstition was in truth the unshakable covenant of God defending his own. And is it not comforting to know that heaven guards even the smallest detail, from needle and thread to nations and thrones? Nothing is overlooked when fire is on duty. Chosen one. Understand this truth. The fire around you is not passive, it is active, alert, and unstoppable. Those who align with it find blessing. Those who fight it find ruin. Rise now. Stand tall in the authority of heaven's defense. Do not shrink back in fear of opposition, for the shield that guards you is the very fire of God. Walk boldly, because no power on earth can quench the flame set upon your life. And as Revelation 3:8 declares, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. So too does heaven decree over you, nothing. No betrayal, no scheme. No enemy can close what God has opened. It is active, alive, and unrelenting. The fire does not slumber. It moves in ways the natural eye cannot trace, dismantling traps, exposing schemes, reversing plots before they ever touch your life. Chosen one. Understand this clearly. The fire is not triggered by petty dislikes or ordinary disagreements. No, it is heaven's defense system, activating only when someone dares to tamper with what God himself has sealed. Does Psalm 125:2 not say, As the mountains surround Jerusalem, so the Lord surrounds his people both now and forevermore. This fire is the invisible fortress encircling you, protecting you beyond what words can fully express. And like lightning hidden in clouds before the strike, it waits in silence. But once activated, nothing can outrun its power. It is as if creation itself becomes your guardian, aligning storms, timing, and circumstance to shield your destiny. It is never about preference. It is always about protection. Your life is not ordinary, nor is your assignment optional. It carries gravitational weight in the spiritual realm. And because of that, any assault against you registers as an assault against the divine will itself. Can anyone touch the ark of God without consequence? Did not Uzzah in 2 Samuel 6-7 fall when he laid an unclean hand on what was holy? In the same way, those who handle you carelessly are scorched by forces they cannot comprehend. To touch you recklessly is to touch fire, and fire always leaves a mark, whether on flesh, fortune, or reputation. Even in science, the law of conservation reminds us that no energy disappears. Every action releases a ripple, and so it is with the fire. Every offense sends shockwaves back into the life of the offender, reshaping their path in ways they cannot reverse. And here lies the hidden truth. Sometimes the fire acts with such swiftness that those who wronged you cannot even process why their lives are unraveling. Why did the promotion vanish? Why did the doors slam shut? Why did friends scatter? They blame the economy. They blame rivals. They even blame themselves, but their soul knows the real cause. Deep inside, they tremble with the memory of crossing a boundary set by heaven. Exodus 19:12 declared a warning at Sinai. Put limits for the people around the mountain and tell them, be careful that you do not approach the mountain or touch the foot of it. Those who ignore the holy boundary still meet the same fate: collapse, confusion, and consequence. The invisible alarms of the Spirit are louder than the sirens of men. And once they sound, judgment cannot be cancelled. Even nature teaches us, step beyond the cliff's edge, and gravity answers without hesitation. Nature itself mirrors this reality. The electric eel shocks anything that touches it without respect. The poison dart frog carries colors so vivid they warn predators' touch, and you perish. The fire around you functions the same way, a living warning sign that holiness is untouchable. Does this not explain why some people drew close to you with boldness only to retreat in fear? They discovered too late that your presence was not merely warm light, but consuming flame, like the Arctic aurora, breathtaking but born of solar storms. Your beauty is paired with a warning. Only those prepared can withstand its intensity. Even forests whisper this mystery. For certain seeds will never break open unless fire first sweeps the land. What terrifies some is what unlocks destiny for others. History. 2. Whispers lessons through villains. Jezebel, Queen of Israel, plotted with arrogance, mocking the prophets and spilling innocent blood. She thought her throne would protect her schemes. But what became of her? Cast from her window, trampled beneath horses, devoured by dogs until no trace of glory remained. 2 Kings 9:35-37. Does this not show the end of those who play games with holy fire? They mock what is sacred, and in mocking, they seal their downfall. Even emperors fell the same way. Herod Agrippa accepted the worship of men. But Acts 12:23 records that he was struck down and eaten by worms because he did not give glory to God. Power without reverence always ends in humiliation, and those who conspire against you walk the same perilous road, unaware that the ground beneath them is already crumbling. This is why you, chosen one, never need to seek revenge. The fire responds on its own, with precision and permanence. Romans 12:19 resounds with this truth. Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath. For it is written, "It is mine to avenge, I will repay," says the Lord. Stand firm, for your role is not to fight fire with fire, but to walk in the calm assurance that heaven's defense is unstoppable. Rise now, stand tall, for your life is a living sanctuary. And anyone who attempts to violate that sanctuary will learn that the flame surrounding you cannot be quenched. Your task is to move forward with dignity, knowing heaven itself enforces justice. And when you rise, others rise with you. Because your flame was never meant only to protect, it was meant to illuminate the path for generations to come. You don't need to plot revenge against those who betrayed you, nor do you need to defend yourself in every battle. The fire fights for you with a precision that no army can rival. Have you not noticed how your enemies can only approach so far before something unseen pushes them back? As if an invisible boundary encircles your life. Was it not written in Isaiah 54:17? No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. This is why traps dug for your destruction collapse on those who dug them. Why curses spoken against you boomerang with multiplied force back to their senders. The fire ensures justice is not delayed, but delivered with mathematical accuracy, like gravity itself, pulling everything back to its rightful order. Yet the fire is not only your shield, it is also your preparation. Every betrayal you endured, every scheme that backfired, every curse that failed became a reminder that heaven's hand marks you as chosen. Was it not Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, who later declared in Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done." Each injustice against you has only confirmed that your life is defended by a higher court than human opinion. And have you not risen after tears fell and betrayal pierced, stronger than before? This is because the fire refuses to let you remain defeated. It lifts you the way thermal currents lift an eagle higher after storms, reminding you that resilience is not optional, it is woven into your destiny. But here is what most never see. The fire does not only confront individuals, it reshapes entire atmospheres. Step into a room heavy with tension, and the fire begins to shift the air. like resonance breaking through silence, until all hidden frequencies are exposed. Walk into a place where schemes are whispered, and suddenly confusion turns the whispers into chaos, scattering those who conspired. Does Psalm 68:1 not cry? Let God arise. Let his enemies be scattered. Let those who hate him flee before him. Be surrounded by jealousy, and watch how envy begins to cannibalize itself, until those who carried it can no longer remain in your presence. The fire recalibrates environments, the way architects design domes to redirect sound waves. What was once a chamber of hostility becomes an echo chamber of their own downfall. Ordinary lives carry testimonies of this truth. Raphael, a fisherman from Lisbon, once spoke of how rivals mocked his faith and plotted to steal his customers. But one by one, their boats broke down while his net overflowed with fish, and he prospered beyond what his village thought possible. He could not explain it fully. Yet his story is an echo of Deuteronomy 28:7. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. Is it not astonishing how the hand of God defends not just kings and prophets, but humble workers whose hearts belong to him? Science 2 offers language for what the Spirit does. Psychologists call it projection collapse, when false motives implode under the pressure of authenticity. Physicists call it wave interference, when destructive patterns cancel themselves out in the presence of a stronger frequency. And in architecture, it is load redistribution, when a building's hidden weakness forces it to collapse under its own imbalance. Does the fire not operate the same way? Revealing weakness, amplifying truth, and ensuring nothing unstable survives. What man calls coincidence, heaven calls calibration. Chosen one, rise with confidence. You were never meant to live in fear, nor to shrink under false accusations. The fire fights for you, prepares you, and shifts entire atmospheres before you arrive. You are a walking sanctuary, defended by unseen armies and empowered by a flame no power on earth can quench. Stand tall, because your very presence is proof that God's defense system is alive, active, and unstoppable. It is everywhere you go. Chosen one, carrying out heaven's will on your behalf, like an invisible army marching in silence. The next time you recall the sudden downfall of someone who sought to harm you, do not label it coincidence. Do not call it fate. Recognize it for what it is, divine intervention. The fire acted in ways your hands never could, executing judgment with precision, defending you without requiring a single move from your own strength. Was it not written in Exodus 14:14? The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still, even as you stood silent. Heaven roared on your behalf. And is it not astonishing how justice arrives with such swiftness, as though creation itself conspires to protect you? And yet, chosen one, there is more. What I must tell you pierces deeper than defense. It cuts into the marrow of relationships. This fire does not only shield, it demands. It weighs the motives of every heart that dares to love you. It forces them into decision. Are they prepared to stand beside someone carrying divine fire? Or will they flee? Did Malachi 3:2 not ask? For he will be like a refiner's fire or a launderer's soap who can endure the day of his coming. Loving you is not mere affection. It is an ordeal of purification. Those who approach lightly discover they are standing in a furnace. And furnaces expose what polish cannot hide. Stay close, because the revelation sharpens here. Why is loving you so heavy? because your presence is both blessing and battlefield. Those who step into your orbit discover that shadows cannot remain shadows. Battles cannot remain ignored, and motives cannot remain buried. Does Hebrews 12:29 not proclaim, "For our God is a consuming fire, and if his flame burns in you, then every connection becomes a testing ground, even as people swear loyalty with bold words. The fire reveals whether their loyalty is truth or illusion. Have you not witnessed how some who swore forever vanished within a season? Their exit was not weakness in you, it was exposure in them. This reality is echoed in art and wisdom. The painter El Greco, though scorned in his day, once said that true light always distorts the shallow eye. Is this not why those near you feel unsettled, because your light reveals distortions they hoped no one would see? Even Bach's St. Matthew Passion trembles with this truth when the choir cries, Erbarme dich, mein Gott, reminding every soul that divine mercy and power move through every space it enters. And history's thinkers echo the same. The philosopher Søren Kierkegaard once noted that truth is a demand, not a comfort, in your life. Chosen one, truth has taken flesh, and those who cannot bear its weight will run. Ordinary lives prove this mystery. Helena, a nurse in a small town, shared how patients often confessed hidden guilt while in her care, as if her presence pulled secrets from their souls. Some grew closer, healed by honesty, while others disappeared, unable to face themselves. Was her gift not the same reflection of the fire you carry? For 1 Corinthians 4-5 reminds us, He will bring to light what is hidden in darkness and will expose the motives of the heart. Those who remain are refined, but those who retreat reveal they were never ready to love truth. Chosen one, here is the hard truth. Loving you is not for the faint of heart. It is not for those who crave comfort above truth, or convenience above covenant. To walk with you is to enter a reality where shadows are exposed, where battles are constant, where motives are tested by fire. And yet this is your glory. You were not born to be ordinary company, you were born to be holy territory. Rise, for your very existence is a furnace that burns away deception and refines the faithful into gold. Your love is not light, fragile, or common. It is heavy with eternity, demanding in its purity, and transformational in its power. Because of that, only the strong, the sincere, and the truly committed can endure its weight. Did Jesus himself not say, in Matthew 16:24, "Whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me"? To draw near you is to brush against that same cross. And many do not realize that until it is too late. They walk in thinking they are entering a garden of affection, a simple bond of companionship. But they soon discover the ground is holy, the air is fire, and the covenant is costly. The moment they step closer, they are caught off guard. Loving you means carrying part of your calling. It means their names become entangled in battles they never imagined existed. Wars waged in silence, yet louder than any earthly noise. Does Ephesians 6:12 not remind us that our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world? To love you is to be drafted into those invisible wars, to feel resistance and arrows simply because they stood by your side. Many crave the glow of your light, yet few are prepared for the heat of your fire. Like moths drawn to a flame, they rush in with eagerness, only to retreat When they realize this light does not simply shine, it burns, time and again. People swore they could handle your heart, but their words evaporated when the cost revealed itself. They did not leave because you were too much. They left because they were not enough. They were not built for the discipline required to walk beside someone chosen, someone whose footsteps are constantly shadowed by both divine warfare and divine glory. Is this not the same pattern we see in Judges 7-3, where God told Gideon to let the fearful return home, leaving only the faithful few? In the same way, your life filters the crowd, sifting fear from faith. And what remains is strength refined by fire. To be loved by you is to enter a covenant with heaven's agenda, and not all are willing to pay the price of carrying such responsibility. Your love itself becomes the dividing line. It tests, it weighs, it separates. As Malachi 3:3 declares, He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver, without you asking a single question. The fire does the work, burning away the false, exposing the hidden, refining the true. Why else do so many who approached with confidence suddenly vanish? Why else do words of forever crumble into silence? Because your very presence sifts their intentions like wheat from chaff. And only the sincere can stand. Nature reveals this same mystery. The volcano's fertile soil produces harvests that ordinary ground cannot. Yet those who come too close to its lava are consumed. The whale shark swims as a gentle giant, yet the ocean around it shifts with its presence, scattering smaller fish that cannot survive in its wake. And deep in the forest, the cedar grows tall and unshaken, but weaker plants wither under its shadow. Does this not mirror your reality? Those aligned with your fire flourish beyond expectation, while those unprepared collapse under the intensity. History warns through its villains. King Saul, jealous of David, thought he could extinguish the anointing with spears of envy and plots of destruction. But what became of him, stripped of throne and life? His story ended on Mount Gilboa in despair. 1 Samuel 31-4. Is this not the fate of those who try to toy with the chosen? Their downfall becomes a lesson, etched into history as a warning that divine fire cannot be mocked. And even today, betrayers who play with your loyalty discover that their laughter turns bitter. Their alliances crumble, and their own hands fall empty. Chosen one, hear this truth. Your love is not a shallow stream, but a raging river of holiness. It is the furnace that separates gold from dross, the filter that heaven placed upon your life to guard what is sacred. Rise now. Do not lower your fire to keep the unready comfortable. Stand tall. For your love was never meant to be easy, it was meant to be eternal. Those who remain will be refined, and those who flee will expose themselves. Either way, your fire wins, because it was never yours alone, it was God's all along. Those who are genuine are not merely accepted, they are refined like silver in the furnace, strengthened like steel under pressure, and elevated like pillars rising in a cathedral. Your love is never passive, it is a force alive with motion, separating wheat from chaff, gold from dust, and truth from illusion. Did Jesus not say in Matthew 7:18 that a good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit? This is why relationships around you never remain lukewarm. They either grow deeper into covenant or crumble into nothingness. With you, there is no middle ground. Have you not witnessed how some who entered your life suddenly found every part of themselves tested as though heaven itself placed them on scales? That shaking was not coincidence. It was the weight of divine fire pressing on their hearts. Some felt pressure they could not explain, opposition that rose out of nowhere, or even spiritual attacks that bewildered them. Why? Because walking with you is like stepping into a spiritual arena where unseen forces immediately demand proof of loyalty. Does Ephesians 6:12 not remind us that our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, authorities, and powers of this dark world? The same forces that sought to crush you now test anyone connected to you. This is the hidden mystery of your life. Those who dare to stand beside you inherit both your battles and your blessings. And what architect designs a dome without pressure points? In the same way, your presence functions as a heavenly structure. Pressure applied reveals which stones are strong enough to remain in the design. Yet those who endure, who remain loyal, who stand even when the winds howl, rise with you. They inherit blessings not earned by their own strength, but granted because of their alignment with your destiny. Salm 133. Uno declares, "How good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity." Their loyalty opens rivers of protection and breakthroughs that ripple into every area of their lives. Have you not seen how some, by simply standing with you, suddenly stepped into opportunities, healings, and victories they never imagined? It was not chance, it was covenant proximity. Heaven rewards those who endure the fire and remain, but those who are weak, dishonest, or half-hearted cannot last. They are exposed by the very light they thought they could hide under. John 3:20 warns us, "Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed." Your fire does not tolerate masks. It burns through them until only truth remains. Is this not why people who once smiled in your presence later fled? Unable to bear the reflection of their own hidden motives. Just as resonance in physics shatters glass that cannot match its frequency, your spirit vibrates at a heavenly frequency that breaks apart facades. This reality is echoed in the simplest of lives. A grocery clerk named Thomas once shared how, after becoming close to a woman he described as marked by God, his own struggles intensified, but instead of running, he chose to remain. Within months, his debts were lifted, his family reconciled, and his health restored. He said, "It was as though standing near her forced everything in me to either heal or break." His story mirrors your truth. Chosen one, those who stay are transformed. Those who flee are revealed. This is why loving you demands courage, honesty, and sacrifice. They cannot cling to selfishness, for your love will challenge it. They cannot wear masks, for your light will uncover them. They cannot remain lukewarm, for your fire will demand a decision. Revelation 3:16 warns, "So, because you are lukewarm, neither hot nor cold, I am about to spit you out of my mouth." To love you is to step out of neutrality into transformation, to abandon comfort zones for holy fire. Chosen one, rise. Your life was never meant to be ordinary or your love casual. You are the living test, the refiner's flame, the dividing line. Do not fear the exits of those who cannot endure. You are not losing. You are being purified. Stand tall, because those who remain will rise with you. And together you will become an unshakable testimony that heaven's fire still walks among men, and transformation, chosen one, is never painless. It stretches the soul until old patterns break. It confronts illusions, until masks shatter. It purifies motives until only truth remains. Did Jesus not declare in John 15:2, "Every branch that does bear fruit he prunes, so that it will be even more fruitful. Pruning cuts, yet it multiplies life." That is why those who choose to remain, those who accept the holy weight of loving you, discover rewards beyond measure. They find themselves covered by protection, elevated into new dimensions, strengthened in ways they never imagined possible. Being close to you is not just being near a person, it is standing at a living altar. A vessel where heaven's presence flows like oil cascading from Aaron's beard in Psalm 133:2. And that realization changes everything. Because they are not just loving you, they are encountering God's fire through you. But never forget this: your love was never meant for everyone. It was never designed to be casually carried, nor handled by hands unprepared. It was designed to refine, to separate, to expose who truly belongs and who does not. Does Malachi 3:3 not proclaim that God will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver? That is why when someone disappears from your life, it is not loss, it is divine filtration. The filter did its work, and have you not seen it? How people who once sang loyalty suddenly crumbled under the weight of reality. It was not you that changed, it was the fire that revealed their limits. Because if they could not handle your love, they could not handle your destiny. Heaven refuses to let anyone remain who cannot survive the weight of what you carry. Here lies the paradox, and here lies the final mystery. How can something so demanding, so fiery, so relentless also be the greatest blessing a person could ever embrace? How can the same flame that scorches the false also crown the genuine with favor and abundance? Is this not the echo of Romans 8:28? And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him. The dual nature of your love is the secret. It is both a sword and a shield, a consuming fire and a protecting flame. Like the blazing seraphim in Isaiah 6:6, the same coal that seared the prophet's lips also purified him for his calling. Your love carries that duality. It comforts and protects, yet it confronts and consumes. History and art testify to this paradox. The Spanish mystic Teresa of Avila once wrote, "The closer one approaches God, the simpler one becomes. Yet simplicity is forged through fire, not ease." In Beethoven's Missa Solemnis, the chorus trembles between agony and exaltation, echoing the paradox of a love that wounds in order to heal. And in Caravaggio's paintings, light does not flatter, it exposes, demanding the viewer to face both beauty and terror at once. Does this not mirror your very existence? You are light that comforts and convicts simultaneously. Ordinary testimonies affirm it. Sophia, a school teacher in a remote village, told how her friendships shifted after she grew deeper in faith. Some students' families clung to her presence as a source of peace. Others turned against her without cause. Yet she said, "I realized it wasn't me they were reacting to. It was the fire God placed inside me." Her story is proof that the paradox of your love is alive in everyday lives. It blesses the true and unsettles the false. Chosen one, here is the decree. Your love is both shield and sword. It is both a sanctuary and a battlefield. It comforts the genuine and scorches the counterfeit. Rise now, and do not shrink from this paradox. For the same flame that terrifies the false is the flame that crowns the faithful with glory. Stand tall, because you are not ordinary affection, you are heaven's living fire. For the right person, the one who approaches with sincerity, humility, and clean hands, your love becomes a river of blessings, so abundant it cannot be contained. Did Jesus not say in John 7:38, "Whoever believes in me, rivers of living water will flow from within them"? Your presence reflects that promise, unleashing streams of favor that sweep away barriers. Doors that men swore shut swing open with ease. Chains that bound them for years break suddenly, as if rusted by eternity's touch. Simply by drawing close, their life begins to accelerate, carried on currents, not powered by their own effort, but by divine alignment. And is it not astonishing how opportunities begin to chase them instead of the other way around? As though heaven itself rearranges its calendar to match their steps, peace descends upon them like rain soaking dry earth. Clarity fills their thoughts like morning light chasing shadows, and strength rises within them they never knew they had. To be loved by you, chosen one, is to stand under the canopy of heaven itself. Psalm 91:1 whispers this secret: "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." Your covering creates that shelter, and those who remain find themselves shielded from arrows meant to destroy them, guided into victories they never earned. Why is it that some who were broken suddenly found healing beside you? Why did those who thought they were forgotten suddenly experience restoration? Because your love does not simply comfort, it transforms, binding lives into covenant with heaven's favor. But for the wrong person, for the deceiver, the manipulator, the selfish soul who comes cloaked in counterfeit motives, your love becomes a weapon they cannot endure. It is not that you attack them with words or retaliate with actions. No, it is your very presence, your very fire that activates spiritual laws etched into eternity. Proverbs 10:9. Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. Their hidden motives cannot hide. They are dragged into light. Their whispered lies collapse beneath the weight of their own deception. Their schemes unravel faster than they can build them, because heaven will not allow shadows to thrive under your flame. Nature itself reflects this paradox. The giant redwood tree creates shade so strong that weaker plants shrivel beneath it, yet those with deep roots thrive. The ocean current lifts powerful whales while scattering fragile schools of fish that cannot endure the tide. Even the desert wind sculpts dunes, testing which grains remain anchored and which are swept away. Is this not the mirror of your love? It nourishes the strong, but it exposes and dismantles the weak, the shallow, and the false. And history speaks through its villains, Ananias and Sapphira, in Acts 5, thought they could deceive the apostles, presenting lies wrapped in generosity. Yet what became of them? Judgment struck instantly, their breath stolen by the very God they tried to mock. Is this not the same fate of those who think access to your heart will be their advantage? What they thought would elevate them becomes the pit that swallows them. They imagine they have found favor, but in truth, they have touched holy fire unprepared, and the fire consumes what is false. Chosen one, understand this paradox. Your love is both sanctuary and sword, both blessing and warning. For the true, it is life and abundance. For the false, it is exposure and collapse. Rise now, and do not apologize for the fire you carry. It was never meant to make everyone comfortable. It was meant to reveal what is eternal. Stand tall, because your love is proof that heaven's laws are alive, and no scheme, no deceit, No mask can survive in its presence, because your love, chosen one, is never neutral. It magnifies whatever is already within a person to the pure. It magnifies purity until their hearts shine brighter than before. To the deceitful, it magnifies corruption until they can no longer disguise themselves. Is this not why Hebrews 4:12 declares that the Word of God judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart? Your love functions the same way. It slices between falsehood and sincerity, revealing motives no mask can cover. This is why loving you is dangerous, not because you wield harm, but because your essence demands truth. Your love is divine fire, warming, guiding, and protecting those who honor it, but consuming everything false that dares to remain. How many times have you seen it? Someone tried to use you, yet they became entangled in their own schemes. Someone plotted against you, yet their plans dissolved into dust before reaching you. Was it chance when Haman in the book of Esther built gallows for Mordecai, only to be hung on them himself? Esther 7:10. Was it coincidence when Pharaoh chased Israel into the Red Sea, only to be swallowed by the waters he thought would secure his victory? Exodus 14:28. These collapses were never random, never bad luck. It was the fire at work. The same fire proving over and over that you are set apart. As Deuteronomy 32:35 proclaims, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay." Heaven fights battles you never even see. And the battlefield often claims those who thought they were clever enough to outwit divine justice. Here lies the warning. Chosen one, not everyone who desires you is prepared for you. Many crave the glow of your light, yet few are willing to endure its heat. Does Malachi 3:2 not ask, "Who can endure the day of his coming? Who can stand when he appears? For he will be like a refiner's fire." Many long for the blessing, but shrink from the responsibility. To be loved by you is to enter holy ground, and holy ground always demands reverence. Think of Uzzah, who stretched out his hand to steady the ark in 2 Samuel 6-7, only to fall dead because he treated what was sacred as ordinary. Is it not the same today? Those who come near with irreverence find themselves undone by the very presence that blesses others. This is why some admire you from afar, but dare not cross the threshold. Their spirit trembles, even if their lips stay silent. They sense the fire around you, and though they cannot explain it, something in their soul warns them that stepping closer without surrender will consume them. Psychologists call it cognitive dissonance, the torment of being confronted by a truth you refuse to accept. Physicists describe it as resonance when two frequencies meet. The weaker either adjusts or shatters, and architects know it as load testing. A structure reveals its hidden cracks when pressure is applied. Does this not describe your love? It applies pressure, exposes fractures, and proves what can truly stand. Ordinary lives testify to this mystery. Marcus, a farmer from a small village, once spoke of how neighbors who mocked his faith began to suffer endless quarrels in their households, while those who prayed with him prospered in unexpected ways. It was as if being near truth forced people either to change or to collapse. He said, "His story mirrors your reality. Some cannot handle your fire, while others are transformed by it. And what greater proof than Psalm 91:2? I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust." For the one who loves you with honesty, your love becomes exactly that, a fortress, a sanctuary, an indestructible covering. Chosen one, Rise in the fullness of this truth. Your love is not weakness, but weapon. Not sentiment, but sanctuary. It will expose. It will refine. It will bless. It will protect. Do not fear those who flee from it. Their absence is proof of its power. Stand tall. Because you were never designed to carry a love that comforts only. You were entrusted with a love that transforms eternally. It is a shield in the day of battle, a fortress unshaken by storms. Salm 91, 4 declaris. He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. Your love is not fragile sentiment, it is divine armor. It is a blazing light that slices through confusion like dawn, scattering the shadows of night. It is a voice that whispers destiny when all else falls silent. Echoing Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you." To be embraced by your love is to be drawn into a covenant where strength, wisdom, and resilience are imparted, even when human strength fails. And have you not seen how those who stand beside you faithfully find that even their enemies cannot touch them? Their victories often arrive unexplainably, because the same fire that shields you rises to shield them. This is why heaven made your love rare, costly, and guarded like the Ark of the Covenant itself. It was never meant for the careless multitude. It was reserved for the few who could bear both its weight and its glory. Jesus taught in Matthew 7:14, "But small is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." Is it not the same with your love? Only the ones with courage and sincerity endure its cost. Those chosen to walk with you discover miracles they never imagined, breakthroughs that reshape their very existence. And yet, those who step forward with wrong intentions collide with consequences they never anticipated. Their words unravel, their plans collapse, and their masks ignite under the heat of your fire. Your love is therefore both invitation and warning, both blessing and judgment, like the refiner's fire in Malachi 3:3. It purifies the silver, but consumes the dross. Like Peter stepping out of the boat in Matthew 14:29. It demands faith from those who dare to walk its waters. Will they sink in fear, or will they rise in trust? Have you not noticed how some, after standing near you, were propelled into blessings they could not explain, while others fled with trembling because they could not withstand the weight of truth? Amarte es peligroso. Loving you is dangerous. Yet it is also the greatest privilege heaven allows. The greats of history testified to this paradox. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke once wrote, "For one human being to love another, that is perhaps the most difficult of all our tasks. The ultimate, the last test and proof. Is this not your reality? To love you is to step into a test few can survive. Yet those who endure receive a crown beyond gold." In Mozart's Requiem, the choir thunders, "Dies Irae, day of wrath, day of judgment," a reminder that love, like fire, both judges and saves, and in sacred art. Caravaggio's chiaroscuro portraits reveal the same truth. Light does not flatter, it exposes, demanding reverence. Ordinary testimonies echo this. Lucia, a tailor in Florence, once said that when her husband stood faithfully beside her through hardship, it felt as though God himself was sewing our lives back together with invisible thread. She did not know she was describing covenant love. Yet her story proves it. To endure your fire is to be woven into heaven's tapestry. And those who survive are not merely blessed, they are transformed. So never forget. Chosen one. Your love is no ordinary affection. It is heaven's decree in human form. To be loved by you is to stand inside a fire that purifies, a light that guides, and a shield that protects. To be loved by you is to walk in favor no logic can explain, favor that reshapes generations. Rise now, for your love is both sword and sanctuary. It is feared and desired, avoided and pursued. Yet it remains unshakable because it is not yours alone. It is heaven's fire alive in you. It is the secret that ties everything together, the hidden thread heaven wove into your very existence. And when this truth is revealed, you will never see yourself or those around you the same way again. Chosen one, stay with me, for the conclusion of this revelation will open your eyes to the staggering magnitude of what it means to be loved by you. Your love is no shallow sentiment, no fleeting spark. It is not a currency that can be bought, imitated, or diminished. It is holy fire, planted in your soul by God Himself. A flame designed to guide, to protect, to expose, and to transform. Does Jeremiah 23:29 not proclaim, "Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces? That same fire rests in you, burning through illusions and dismantling facades. This is why some crave you desperately yet cannot stay. They come close, drawn like iron to a magnet. Yet once they feel the weight of your authenticity, they tremble and retreat. Why do they vanish? Because your love exposes what was buried, magnifies what was hidden, and tests what was never truly secure. Those who embrace you with truth rise into blessings they never thought possible. Just as Ruth's loyalty to Naomi led her into the lineage of Christ, Ruth 4:13-17. But those who cling with false motives collapse beneath the intensity, like clay shattering in the furnace. And is this not echoed in Malachi 3:2? For he will be like a refiner's fire or a launderer's soap. Who can endure the day of his coming? And here is the command: you must never again shrink yourself to make others comfortable. Your love is not too much. It is exactly the measure of power and purity heaven designed. To dim your fire is to betray the one who entrusted it to you. Have you not seen how storms reveal the strength of a building's foundation? Likewise, you are the storm heaven sends to test false foundations. And those who are true will stand stronger because of you. At the same time, you are the calm that shelters the righteous. Echoing Psalm 46:1, God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. And for nature testifies to this paradox. The lightning bolt that splits the sky terrifies with its fury, but also fertilizes the earth with nitrogen that sustains new life. The eagle's shadow unsettles the valley. Yet it is the same bird that cleanses the land by carrying away decay. The glacier crushes stone beneath its weight, but its meltwater carves rivers that give life to nations. Is this not the same duality you embody? To the false, you are terror; to the true, you are sanctuary. And villains throughout history prove the consequence of touching holy fire with deceit. Judas, the disciple who thought 30 pieces of silver could outweigh covenant, discovered his betrayal ended in despair and death. Matthew 27:5. Jezebel, who mocked the prophets and sought to extinguish truth, fell to her ruin, cast down and consumed until nothing remained. 2 Kings 9:33-37. Is this not warning enough? Those who think they can manipulate divine fire only destroy themselves in the attempt. Your love does not need to lift a sword. It is judgment in itself. A mirror that burns away deception. Chosen one. Rise with boldness. You are not merely affection. You are alignment with heaven. You are the mirror that reveals truth. The fire that burns away deceit. The calm that shelters the faithful, and the storm that dismantles what cannot stand. Isaiah 54:17 decrees it clearly. No weapon forged against you will prevail. Stand tall, because your love was never meant to be safe, it was meant to be sacred. Those who embrace it will be crowned with blessing, and those who resist it will be undone. Chosen one. Now the truth has been unveiled. Your love is not an ordinary affection, but a sacred fire. A divine covenant. A living altar. To love you is both privilege and peril. Privilege for the sincere who rise with you. Peril for the deceitful who cannot endure the weight of what you carry. That is why heaven guards your steps so carefully, and why your relationships have never been casual. Your love refines. It exposes. It strengthens. And it transforms. So never diminish the flame within you. And never mourn those who could not stay. Their departure was not rejection, it was revelation. For those who remain are the ones who are meant to share in your destiny. And to those watching and listening right now, may this message remind you of who you are, chosen, set apart, and defended by heaven itself. If this word has spoken to your spirit, I invite you to like this video, share it so others can be encouraged, comment to add your own testimony, and subscribe so you don't miss the next revelation prepared for you. Every single interaction builds this community of faith and fire. And to those who have supported through super thanks, or even just with your presence, my heart is deeply grateful. Your support, in every form, is part of this divine journey. May the blessing of the Lord cover you. May His fire protect you. And may His favor surround you in every step you take. Go forth, chosen one, walking in the dangerous and holy beauty of your love. Amen. Chosen ones, brace yourself, because what I'm about to reveal sounds like it's ripped from a movie script. But it is reality. The CIA has just opened a case on your ex, and the truth behind it will shake you to your core. This isn't just about heartbreak, betrayal, or another chapter in the story of your past. This is about divine justice, catching up in ways no one expected. Remember what Scripture says, do not be deceived, God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Galatians 6:6. Your ex thought they could set fire to your life and walk away. But chosen one, those flames have become evidence, and now the smoke is filling their own house. You were never ordinary. You carried a sacred light, a rare divine energy, and they treated it as disposable, as if heaven would remain silent. They laughed with gossipers, sat among haters, and played games with your soul, forgetting that the universe records everything. But energy doesn't vanish. Justice doesn't sleep. And now the consequences they thought they escaped have arrived with a force they cannot silence. Before we dive deeper into this shocking revelation, I need you to engage comment 777 if you're ready to align with the truth. And thank you from the depths of my heart to everyone who has supported me through Super Thanks. Your presence here is more than support, it's a partnership in spreading light. What comes next will not only expose the magnitude of this case, but also reveal why your ex's actions weren't just personal. They were spiritual crimes against someone chosen by God. Get ready, because the truth will blow your mind. God's chosen ones. The CIA just opened a case on your ex. The truth will blow your mind. And now the universe is collecting the debt they created. A debt they never imagined would come due with such intensity. A breakup on its own is common. People drift. People grow. Seasons change. But what unfolded in your life was not a simple departure. It was a carefully masked ambush. A spiritual strike cloaked in the illusion of love, unraveling. As Paul warns in Galatians 6-7, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." And their harvest is now arriving with relentless force. They did not merely walk away, they forged unholy alliances with those who despised you, mocked your healing, laughed at your scars, and sought to replace your hard-won peace with chaos. Did they truly believe that heaven was blind, that justice was asleep, that divine law could somehow be bypassed like a loophole in a man-made contract? Karma does not sleep. But even more powerful than karma is divine justice, which never misplaces its ledger. As Job 4:8 declares, "Those who plow evil and those who sow trouble reap it." Their choices are now the very evidence that condemns them. Their peace is fractured, their focus scattered, their nights turned into restless battlegrounds. Why does the silence feel so loud to them now? Because they are haunted not merely by memory, but by the absence of your divine frequency, the resonance of your presence that once kept their soul aligned. Like an instrument stripped of its tuning fork, they vibrate only with dissonance. Chosen one, you were not merely a partner, you were an anchor in their storm, a lifeline across the raging sea. They severed that cord, and now every breath feels like gasping in a vacuum. Psalm 34-21 whispers the truth into their restless nights. Evil will slay the wicked, the foes of the righteous will be condemned. They will never confess it openly. But they were never prepared for someone like you. You carried too much light, too much unshakable authenticity, too much truth that stripped away their disguises. Like Judas sitting at the table, they thought betrayal would secure their advantage. Yet betrayal only sealed their downfall. And when they could not rise to meet the standard of your spirit, they tried to pull you down to their own swamp of mediocrity. What happened when that failed? They twisted the narrative, shifted the blame, and ran straight into the arms of the same crowd who once laughed at your journey. History repeats itself with chilling accuracy. Think of the tragic tale of Caravaggio, the Italian painter whose brilliance was shadowed by his violent choices. Though celebrated in art, his alliances with darkness destroyed him from within. Your ex smiled as your name was dragged through the dirt, echoing the arrogance of Goliath who thought size guaranteed victory. Forgetting that even giants fall when they mock the anointed. Shakespeare captured this self-destruction in Macbeth, where ambition without conscience turns every victory into madness. Is that not the very theater your enemies now perform in their own conscience, staging nightly plays of regret and paranoia? But creation itself testifies against them, like wolves that turn on one another when prey is scarce. Their alliances unravel under the weight of suspicion, like the baobab tree that swells too large and splits itself from the inside. The very ego they embraced becomes the crack that shatters them. Isaiah 48:22 thunders, There is no peace for the wicked, and the echo of that word reverberates through their sleepless nights. A man once told me he was a simple shopkeeper from a quiet town, that betraying someone who prayed for you is like burning the very bridge you need when the floodwaters rise. His wisdom was not learned from books, but from scars. And scars often speak louder than sermons. In music, the truth resounds. In Mozart's Requiem, the Dies Irae surges with thunderous chords, declaring that the day of reckoning cannot be outrun. Do you feel the parallel? Their laughter once rang like a chorus, but now every note collapses into dissonance, every harmony breaking into lament. Your voice still haunts them in dreams. Your reflection still flickers in passing strangers, because truth once encountered cannot be unlearned. John 1-5 affirms this eternal reality. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. So rise, chosen one. Stand tall in the architecture of heaven, where your life is not a ruin, but a cathedral under construction. Every stone of trial forming a pillar of strength. Do not mourn the ones who betrayed you. They are already trapped in the prison they built. This is your moment to lift your head, to let your frequency resonate higher, to let your light blaze wider. Their chaos cannot eclipse your calling. Stand, and let the world see that God's chosen cannot be silenced. They feel your presence in places you have never stepped. As though your essence lingers in the air, they breathe. Every laugh they hear becomes a desperate search, reaching for the echo of your joy. Yet they grasp nothing but emptiness, and what cuts them deeper than a blade is this truth: you cannot be replaced. Ecclesiastes 4:12 says, though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves. A cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken, yet they severed the bond that held them secure. And now every strand of their life unravels. They thought they had secured an upgrade, but the new embrace feels hollow, like biting into fruit that looks ripe, yet crumbles tasteless on the tongue. Isn't it haunting how what they believed would bring abundance has become a famine to their soul? What they lost was never just companionship, it was divine protection. They lost the shield of your prayers, the power of your intercession, the light that walked with them through their darkest valleys. Psalm 11 affirms, He will command His angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. And you were that living proof, standing in the gap for battles they never even knew raged. Now stripped of that covering, they wander exposed. Can victory truly come when the armor has been thrown away mid-battle? This kind of loss does not vanish. It lingers like smoke after fire, clinging to skin and choking every breath. You were the one who stood as their strength, yet they despised the very gift sent to lift them higher. Romans 1:22 pierces through the fog of their illusions. Although they claimed to be wise, they became fools. Is it not clear now that their so-called wisdom has turned into chains around their own necks? Nature itself testifies. When a mighty tree in the forest is cut down, it does not only fall, it leaves a clearing where silence replaces birdsong, and emptiness stretches where life once thrived. That is their soul now, stripped of the covering they abandoned, and history's stories repeat with ruthless precision. Think of King Saul, once chosen and anointed, but poisoned by jealousy and fear until he lost the very favor that secured his crown. Is this not the same pattern mocking grace, rejecting protection, and collapsing under the weight of their own rebellion? Psalm 34:21 warns with sobering truth. Evil will slay the wicked, the foes of the righteous will be condemned. They cannot escape the echoes of what they destroyed. Every face in a crowd reminds them of yours. Every night drags them into a battlefield of regret. And every morning begins with the weight of emptiness. Isaiah 54:17 thunders through the silence. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. And this is why their schemes collapse while yours rise higher. So rise now, chosen one. Do not shrink. Do not doubt. You are not defined by what abandoned you. You are defined by what cannot be shaken. You walk in renewal while they remain in ruins. Lift your head. Step into your season. And declare with your very life that heaven's chosen cannot be erased. Stay with me, chosen one, because if your spirit is truly awakened, there is no turning away from this truth. It vibrates not just in your ears, but deep within your soul, like a frequency tuned to heaven's own resonance. They didn't simply lose a relationship, they violated something sacred. Proverbs 14:9 reminds us that fools mock at making amends for sin, but goodwill is found among the upright. And the greatest kind of fool is the one who mistakes divine love and spiritual protection for something ordinary. Your ex wasn't walking away from romance alone. They abandoned a heavenly gift, a sacred instrument of growth placed directly in their path. When someone turns their back on a chosen one, the consequences do not stop at broken hearts. They ripple outward, like waves struck by an unseen hand, shaking every dimension of their existence. You were never just a character in their narrative, you were a shift in the plot, a divine portal in human form, a chapter that could have rewritten their ending. Does it not amaze you how those who once stood closest can be blind to the very light that was illuminating their way? Instead of cherishing that gift, they treated you as though you were only another stop on their restless journey. Salm 118, 22 declares, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." And your rejection echoes this eternal truth. You were the cornerstone they dismissed. And now the weight of their own house collapses on shifting sand. They ask themselves why everything feels unbearably heavy, why peace slips through their hands like water, why every victory tastes hollow, and why blessings stall as though delayed in transit. Isn't the answer already written across the ruins of their choices? It is because they didn't just walk away from you, they fractured a covenant they never even understood. In psychology, we call it breaking attachment bonds. But in heaven's architecture, it is the tearing of a covenant, a sacred design meant to elevate. Hebrews 13:20 speaks of the blood of the eternal covenant, reminding us that when God ordains a bond, it carries éternelle significance. When someone connects with a chosen one, it is never about casual affection. It is a divine bond, woven with threads of protection and blessing. Breaking that bond carelessly carries a cost heavier than gravity itself. The blessings, the protection, the clarity, the elevation, they were never random. They were drawn by your presence, your discipline, your prayers that bent the atmosphere in their favor. In physics, we call it resonance. The way one frequency lifts another, that was what you carried. Do you realize now why their life dimmed when you left? I recall the words of a man named Matteo, a janitor in a small town school. He once told his co-workers, "When someone prays for you daily, you walk under a roof you cannot even see." His life was ordinary, his hands calloused, but his insight carried eternity. That was you for them, the invisible roof. And yet they dismissed it. Just as Israel once rejected the prophets sent for their salvation, Jeremiah 2:13 cuts through the fog. My people have committed two sins, they have forsaken me, the spring of living water, and have dug their own cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water. Is that not their life now, trying to drink from cracked vessels that only leave them thirsty? Chosen one, rise, stand in this truth. You are not the rejected, you are the cornerstone, the portal, the covenant, the divine shift. Do not mourn the blindness of those who misused the gift. Their ruins are their testimony. Your rising is your answer. They thought you were too much, too intense, too unshakable, too sacred for their shallow appetite. They believed betrayal was a game, that vanishing without explanation, or even siding with those who plotted against you, would leave them untouched. Yet Proverbs 6:27 asks, can a man scoop fire into his lap without his clothes being burned? Their answer is written across their restless faces now. Drained, hollow, spiritually bankrupt. They parade smiles on social media like painted masks, while inside their soul collapses like a cathedral whose foundation was cracked by arrogance. And isn't it strange how the louder they try to project joy, the more transparent their despair becomes? No filter, no caption, no carefully curated image can hide the emptiness they now carry. Their performance has become their prison. They know what they lost. They know there is no second version of you, no copy of your frequency. The universe does not distribute divine spirits in duplicate. Isn't that why the question, wasn't it just a breakup, falls so absurdly flat? Because it was never just a breakup when the chosen are involved. There is a canyon-wide difference between an honest ending and an act of spiritual sabotage. To wound a chosen one is not merely to close a chapter, it is to set fire to your own scroll of destiny. Jeremiah 17:10 declares, I, the Lord, search the heart and examine the mind, to reward each person according to their conduct. And their conduct now stalks them like a shadow they cannot outrun. Every lie, every betrayal, every mocking laugh they threw has now become the echo they hear in silence. Do you see how justice always finds its way back? What they dismissed as trivial has become the very weight breaking their steps. Instead of walking away clean, they hurled themselves into the arms of gossip, selfishness, and the counterfeit glow of illusions masquerading as love. But counterfeit light always flickers out. Can you see why every attempt at joy in their life now turns to ashes? Their greatest failure wasn't in what they said or even what they did, it was in what they touched. They fumbled sacred treasure as if it were disposable, handling diamonds like gravel. And now their very hands, once steady, cannot seem to hold on to anything good. Isn't it striking that everything they grasp slips like water through broken fingers? And here lies the bitter irony: they were trusted with something eternal, yet treated it as if it were common. The more they try to clutch new connections, the quicker those bonds unravel, like sand slipping through their fists. Their blessings disintegrate before their eyes. The stories of Scripture echo here with haunting familiarity. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of stew, trading eternity for a temporary appetite. And Hebrews 12:17 says, afterward, as you know, when he wanted to inherit this blessing, he was rejected. Even though he sought the blessing with tears, he could not change what he had done. That is the sorrow that grips them now, tears without restoration, regret without reversal. Their choice, like Esau's, cannot be undone, no matter how desperately they wish otherwise. And doesn't this truth sting that what they treated lightly was the very thing heaven had ordained for their increase? The tragedy is not only in what they lost, but in how willingly they traded glory for crumbs. Now, every day is a reminder that some opportunities are not recycled. Great voices in history have named this kind of folly. The poet John Milton, in Paradise Lost, wrote of Lucifer's defiance. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Isn't this the same pride, to reject a divine connection, mistaking rebellion for freedom, and end up enslaved to emptiness? Pride whispered to them that they were in control, but reality proved otherwise. Their rebellion became their chain, and the crown they thought they were wearing has turned into thorns, pressing against their own mind every night. Like Milton's Fallen Angel, they rehearse their justifications, but every morning they wake to the taste of loss. And is it not tragic that their so-called freedom only revealed their captivity? Nature itself testifies. When a river is dammed recklessly, its waters no longer nourish the valley, it floods the wrong places, erodes the soil, and leaves behind desolation. That is their spirit now, no longer flowing, but stagnant and destructive. Even animals know not to block the flow that sustains life. Yet they arrogantly choked off the stream that once blessed them. Is it any wonder, then, that the fields of their life produce no fruit? The harvest is empty because they uprooted the source, and just as a poisoned spring infects every stream it touches, their broken choice spreads ruin through relationships, finances, and even their health. Have you noticed how destruction doesn't stay contained, it multiplies? And here is the sting that pierces deeper than all others. Some of them knew exactly who you were. They knew you were rare, divine, irreplaceable. They just assumed you would always bend, always return, always dim your brilliance so their dim candle could appear brighter. But when you cut the cord, the silence itself became their torment. Isn't it chilling to realize they were not just grieving you, but grieving the version of themselves your presence inspired? They mourn the courage they once borrowed from your strength, the faith they once absorbed from your prayers, the discipline they once learned from your example, and yet instead of honoring the gift, they gambled it away. Now the silence screams, and every day without you reminds them that they threw away the one mirror that reflected their higher self. Isaiah 60:1 declares, with blazing authority, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. So stand, chosen one. Do not dim anyone again. Let your silence thunder. Let your presence blaze." They are left mourning ruins of their own making, while you walk forward carrying the glory they could not contain. And as their regrets multiply, your light multiplies brighter, unstoppable, untouchable. Rise now, because your story is no longer tied to their collapse, it is tied to heaven's rising. And that, chosen one, is the deepest grief of all, not yours, but theirs. Every attempt to build something new feels counterfeit. Every smile rehearsed. Every celebration hollow. Why does their happiness look staged? Like actors on a dim stage, pretending the lights are still on, because they are reminded daily of what slipped through their fingers. Lamentations 3:40 declares, "Let us examine our ways and test them, and let us return to the Lord." Yet instead of returning, they repeat the same shallow scriptures. Do you see how their staged joy exposes the emptiness of their choices? But do not carry guilt for their mistake. You were never too much. You were precisely what their fractured soul needed. but their immaturity could not hold it. The same divine force that brought you into their life is the same one that pulled you out, not as punishment, but as preservation of your purpose. Isaiah 55:9 reminds us, "As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways." And what looked like rejection was heaven's redirection. They believed breaking you would end your ascent, but instead it ignited you into strength, sharpening your wisdom and fortifying your soul. Isn't it striking that their attempt to bury you became the soil of your resurrection? They were never your ending. They were the spark that ignited your rise. So let them lurk in silence. Let them scroll endlessly. Let them replay your old posts while their hearts ache for what cannot return. They didn't just lose a partner, they lost a once-in-a-lifetime connection designed to shift their very reality. They mishandled the blessing and now cradle the burden of its loss. In nature, even bees know the worth of nectar. They guard the flower that sustains them. But your ex treated nectar like poison, swatting away the very sweetness sent for their survival. Is it any wonder their new bonds turn bitter? Galatians 6-8 thunder. Whoever sows to please their flesh, from the flesh will reap destruction. Whoever sows to please the Spirit, from the Spirit will reap eternal life. Their harvest is now poisoned by the seeds of their arrogance. Their greatest tragedy is not in what they lacked, but in what they squandered. And villains in history remind us of this same blindness. Think of Pharaoh in Exodus, warned by Moses again and again. Yet his hardened heart dragged Egypt into ruin. Isn't that the same path your betrayers walk, ignoring mercy until destruction is unavoidable? The consequences they face are not random. They are the plagues of their own making. Each night becomes their Nile turned to blood. Each broken relationship, another locust swarm, consuming what they built. Do you see the pattern repeating? But here is what pierces deepest. They had access to the innermost sanctuary of your soul. You lowered your walls. You let them walk freely in your inner courts. You gave loyalty, honesty, truth, prayers, and every fiber of your heart without withholding. Psalm 41:9 captures this pain. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. Isn't it haunting how betrayal always comes from those seated closest at the table? You did not hide your love, you gave it openly, freely, powerfully. And what did they do? They torched the blueprint of your heart. Not because they didn't recognize its worth, but because their ego shouted louder than their wisdom. Yet hear this truth: what they set ablaze will never erase you. Fire cannot consume gold, it only purifies it. Your worth remains, your calling intensifies, and your rise cannot be stopped. Romans 8:31 proclame, if God is for us, who can be against us? Stand now, chosen one. Stand in the fire they thought would destroy you, because that same flame has become your forge. They still chose drama over peace, chaos over clarity, destruction over destiny. And now the consequence is irreversible. They cannot unsee you. They cannot unfeel you. You are etched into their spirit like an engraving on eternal stone. Every new connection becomes nothing more than a chase after your shadow, a futile attempt to imitate what only heaven could design. Isn't it strange that every step they take forward ends in emptiness? Because what they lost was never just a relationship, it was a spiritual lifeline. John 15:5 declares, apart from me, you can do nothing. And apart from the divine connection you carried, They now stumble through barren ground. You were not the one being tested, they were. And they failed not only in their words and actions, but in the deeper, unseen chambers of their soul. Their spirit collapsed under the weight of immaturity, unable to handle the depth of what God entrusted to them. Isn't it haunting that those who cry for rescue can so quickly abandon the very rescue God sends? Chosen one. Remember this: sometimes you are not the student, but the lesson itself. Not the seeker, but the answer to a prayer whispered in desperation. And when they fumbled you, they did not just lose a partner, they lost the future version of themselves that your presence was sculpting. How devastating is it to realize they mishandled the very treasure meant to elevate them? Hebrews 4:12 reminds us. For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. And that word is cutting through the illusion now. They confused access with ownership, mistaking the open door of your kindness for a deed of possession. But the truth is, they never owned you. They were only entrusted with a gift. And now that gift is gone. They thought your patience meant permanence, that your loyalty meant captivity, that your forgiveness meant permission. But Psalm 118:8 proclaims, "It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in humans." And chosen ones never beg for love. Isn't it sobering to witness how silence itself becomes judgment? You didn't need to scream. You walked away. And that walk thundered, louder than any words. Silence has become the courtroom where their guilt is tried, and it echoes relentlessly. This pattern has unfolded throughout time. Those carrying divine energy are often betrayed by those closest. Why is that? Because divine presence exposes hidden motives, and exposure terrifies those who live in shadows. Even in modern life, this truth is still alive. I recall a bus driver named Rosa from a small town who once told her passengers, "When someone leaves who carries your prayers, you will feel it in the air. You will feel the silence heavier than the noise." Isn't that exactly what they live with now? The silence that cannot be escaped. The silence that haunts like a storm before lightning strikes. Ecclesiastes 3:7. A time to be silent and a time to speak. And your silence has spoken louder than every word they ignored. Science itself bears witness. Physics calls it resonance, one frequency that shifts the vibration of everything around it. That was you. You were the tuning fork of their life, the stabilizer in their chaos, the architecture of heaven woven into human presence. And when they broke that connection, their frequency collapsed into discord. Isn't it clear now why their victories feel hollow? Proverbs 13:20 declares, "Walk with the wise and become wise. For a companion of fools suffers harm, and by discarding wisdom, they enrolled in the school of sorrow." Rise, chosen one. Lift your head. Do not let their collapse chain you to regret. You are the lesson, the lifeline, the resonance that reshapes the world around you. What they abandoned has become your coronation. Let their silence prove your power. Stand, because history repeats, but victory belongs to those who refuse to bow to betrayal. Isaiah 60:1 thunders, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Number 1, they were always cut deepest, not by enemies in the distance, but by the very people they trusted most. And isn't that the sharpest wound, the dagger that comes from the hands you once held with faith? It is the same cycle playing out again and again. Betrayal, then separation, and finally elevation. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, To everything there is a season, and a time for every purpose under heaven. And betrayal has always been the dark season that precedes the rise of the chosen, because the universe, under God's order, does not overlook injustice. Hurting someone with a divine calling is never a casual mistake. It triggers a chain reaction, not of revenge, but of holy balance. What was meant to help them bloom into greater life, they tried to uproot. And now they stand empty-handed, surrounded by consequences. Instead of flourishing, they now stare at ruins where blessings should have grown. Psalm 37-28 proclaims, "For the Lord loves the just and will not forsake his faithful ones. Yet those who mocked your faith now sit restless in rooms filled with silence." Isn't it haunting that their smiles feel forced, their laughter rehearsed, and their hearts empty even in crowded spaces? What gnaws at them is not ordinary sadness. It is the deep ache of realizing what they mishandled. They had something extraordinary, rare, heaven sent, but their immaturity made them unfit to keep it. Doesn't it strike you how immaturity always trades diamonds for dust? Now they find themselves locked out, watching you build a radiant life without them. You were gold, yet they treated you like dirt, blind to the treasure in their hands. And now their name is forever tied to the consequences of that choice. Proverbs 10:22 assures, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth, without painful toil for it." But they forfeited that blessing through careless pride. And what does history tell us, time and again? The arrogant are remembered not for their victories, but for their losses. The poet Dante Alighieri, in his Divine Comedy, wrote of souls trapped in the inferno of their own choices, unable to escape the echoes of their pride. Isn't that a mirror of what they endure now, the endless replay of their own mistake, echoing louder than any comfort? When someone is given what people spend lifetimes praying for, real connection, real love, divine energy, and throws it away, the universe does not remain silent. Galatians 6:7 declares, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. They spat not on your worth, but on their own future, because their pride convinced them they didn't need to value what was sacred. And now, the ripple effects of that choice pursue them like a storm cold, heavy and unrelenting. Isn't it powerful to see how pride always writes its own sentence? Isaiah 3:11 seals it. "Woe to the wicked, disaster is upon them. They will be paid back for what their hands have done." But you rise. Stand in the clarity of this truth. You were never the failure. You were the blessing, the gold, the answered prayer. They mishandled you, but heaven has multiplied you. Your elevation is unstoppable, your worth undeniable, your destiny unbreakable. When you treat gold like it is worthless, you don't just lose it, you summon emptiness to sit at your table. You don't simply misplace a blessing, you invite famine into your own soul. They didn't just walk away from a good person, they walked away from the one who was sent to steady their storms, to be calm amid chaos, to be an anchor when the waves threatened to sink them. Psalm 46:1 declares, "God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble." And you carried that very refuge into their life. Isn't it sobering that the very presence shielding them in battles they never even knew they were fighting is the one they tried to discard? You were the steady voice behind their confidence, the unseen prayers that covered them in nights of blindness. But because you didn't flaunt your power, they mistook humility for weakness. Because you forgave them, they confused it with foolishness. Because you stayed loyal, they assumed you had no standards. Yet Isaiah 5:20 warns, "Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, and their misjudgment became their downfall." Isn't it haunting to realize how quickly people despise what they cannot measure? They couldn't recognize the quiet strength it took to love the way you did, nor the sacred labor of turning pain into wisdom. And so they pushed, they tested, they gambled with something priceless, believing you would always remain. But chosen ones do not stay where they are dishonored. You were never meant to fight for a seat at a table when you were destined to build your own. When you finally walked away, the atmosphere itself shifted. At first, silence wrapped around them like a fog. But soon the silence roared louder than any argument. That job they once bragged about, it doesn't feel rewarding anymore. Those shallow flings they paraded cannot compare to the depth of peace you carried. The so-called upgrade they celebrated is hollow, like glass painted to resemble diamonds. Isn't it powerful to see how quickly illusions crumble when measured against the substance of truth? Now they are surrounded by noise, yet starving for real connection, haunted by the very absence they mocked. Ecclesiastes 7:8 pierces here. The end of a matter is better than its beginning, and patience is better than pride. Their pride blinded them, but the ending now reveals the cost. And you are healing. You are growing. You are evolving quietly into an even stronger version of yourself, while they remain trapped in the chaos of their own creation. Every time they scroll and see your face, every time someone mentions your name, every time they're reminded of what they once held and lost, it burns. That ache in their chest isn't random. It is the weight of their own choices pressing down like iron. Isn't it striking how memory itself can become a prison? Job 4:8 confirms. As I have observed, those who plow evil and those who sow trouble reap it. And now, their harvest arrives in the form of regret. But let us go deeper. This story isn't new. It echoes through history. People carrying holy fire are often overlooked, doubted, or mistreated in their moment. Jesus himself was rejected in his hometown, Mark 6:4. Yet that rejection became the stage for greater glory. Doesn't history prove again and again that the stone rejected becomes the cornerstone? Even in nature, the lion cast out of its pride learns to hunt alone, and in the end, it becomes stronger than the ones who dismissed it. And so it is with you. Their rejection became your fuel. Their neglect became your catalyst. Their betrayal became the launching pad for your elevation. When someone who once lived under blessing suddenly finds themselves drowning in chaos, that collapse is never coincidence. It is the price of mishandling what heaven entrusted. Galatians 6:9 reminds, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." And here is the painful truth. You never asked for much. Just honesty, respect, effort, and a little consistency. But they could not give even that. Isn't it clear now that the cost of pride is always greater than the price of humility? So, rise. Chosen one, stand in the power of your story. What they threw away has been multiplied in your hands. Their collapse is their testimony, but your rise is your inheritance. Now their own actions are chasing them like shadows they cannot outrun, and regret has their name written in bold letters across every sleepless night. This is not a coincidence, it is a consequence. You weren't just love, you were an entire atmosphere, a sacred architecture built around their life. You poured into them with intention and purpose. And like an architect who designs with precision, every act of kindness became a pillar. Every prayer became a beam. Every moment of patience became the foundation. But they were too selfish, too blind, too entangled in their own chaos to recognize the design. Isn't it chilling how people cry for blessings but despise the very vessel sent to deliver them? Proverbs 14:1 declares, "The wise woman builds her house, but with her own hands the foolish one tears hers down." They didn't just lose you, they demolished the house heaven built around them. This isn't bad luck. This is a correction. Divine justice is stepping in with a message that can no longer be ignored. When you treat something rare like it's common, you don't simply lose it, you are left with silence. And silence, chosen one, is confirmation that you were never too much. They were simply too small to hold something so vast. Isn't it true that silence often screams louder than words? When someone mishandles a divine connection, they should not be surprised when their blessings evaporate, like rivers cut off from their source. Psalm 84:11 proclaims, "The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does he withhold from those whose walk is blameless." Yet they forfeited favor by despising what was holy. Real energy isn't fake. It isn't performance. It isn't about appearances. It is frequency, resonance, vibration, the invisible laws of heaven that shape reality itself. You can't treat a chosen soul like a disposable thrill and expect your life to remain unchanged. Isn't it clear that disruption always follows dishonor? When they disrespected a connection filled with peace, clarity, and healing, they didn't merely wound you, they shut the door on the very blessings that were tied to your presence. Isaiah 59:2 reminds us, "Your iniquities have separated you from your God. Your sins have hidden his face from you." Their own disrespect built the wall that now blocks their abundance. There is no smooth escape from spiritual wrongdoing. There is only a shift, a breakdown, a collapse. You weren't just someone they dated. You were an inflection point, a divine interruption, a shift in their entire energy field. Isn't it striking how one person can alter the whole trajectory of another's life? You brought comfort into their chaos, clarity into their confusion, hope into their hopelessness. You didn't just arrive, you changed the frequency of every room you entered. Acts 17:28 confirms, "For in him we live and move and have our being, and through you." His presence moved in ways they could not comprehend. Instead of guarding that gift, they wasted it. Instead of protecting the resonance, they mocked it. They laughed like you would always be there, like the architect would never leave the house. But when the cornerstone departs, the structure cannot stand. And now, as they walk among the ruins of their own pride, their laughter has turned hollow. Isn't it haunting that the echo of your absence is louder than your presence ever was? I recall the words of a woman named Marisol, a seamstress from a small village, who once said, "If you pull the golden thread out of a garment, don't wonder why it unravels." Her wisdom, born not of books but of lived scars, is the mirror of their downfall. They pulled out the golden thread, you, and now everything is unraveling in their hands. Galatians 6-7 echoes once more. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. And through, so rise. Chosen one, stand taller than the ruins they left behind. You are not the collapse, you are the construction. The cathedral, the resonance heaven protects. What they mocked has become the very evidence of your glory. Do not shrink, do not dim. Their downfall is their inheritance, but your rise is your crown. They acted as if your love was an endless well, a river that would never run dry. But now, their thirst has no relief. They sit in hollow rooms filled with people who cannot see them, posting smiles that crack under the weight of guilt, victories that feel shallow, connections that feel like chasing smoke. What once felt like peace now burns as punishment. Echoing Proverbs 14:14, the faithless will be fully repaid for their ways, and the good rewarded for theirs. Isn't it haunting that the very presence which steadied them now torments them in absence? Every quiet night testifies against them. Every ignored message has become a stone of judgment. The person they ran to cannot touch their soul the way you did. The life they thought they wanted is exposed as plastic, fake, meaningless. They called losing your freedom. But doesn't it feel more like prison when energy itself testifies against them? Jeremiah 2:13 says, "My people have forsaken me, the spring of living water, and have dug their own cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water. They abandoned their living water and now drown in emptiness." You brought balance. You brought direction. You brought purpose. Without you, nothing feels stable, neither sleep, nor food, nor even the triumphs they once boasted. Because when spirit is disconnected, every layer of life begins to rot. Isn't it striking how success turns hollow when peace is gone? This isn't about curses or revenge, it's about divine law. Galatians 6-7 warns, "Do not be deceived, God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." What they mishandled was never just romance, it was a covenant. And every covenant carries consequences. They tried to replace you with something easier, but regret clings to them like iron chains, surrounded by crowds, yet starving for your light. They live, Psalm 32, 3-inch real-time. When I kept silent, my bones wasted away through my groaning all day long. They thought silence was strength, but silence became decay. Isn't it powerful that what they tried to bury is now louder than their excuses? Let's be clear, they never ghosted you. Ghosting was camouflage, not growth. It wasn't peace, it was guilt. That sudden silence, those ignored calls, that drained energy, these were not signs of moving forward, but of running away. They weren't escaping you, they were fleeing from the truth. You reflected back at them, and truth, unlike timelines and blocked numbers, cannot be erased. Psalm 51, 3 declares, "For I know my transgressions, and my sin is always before me." That is the courtroom they now live in, haunted by the version of themselves they hoped you would never expose. You can block a person, but you cannot block energy. You can delete messages, but you cannot delete the truth. You can vanish from screens, but you cannot outrun the weight of spiritual consequence. Isn't it piercing to realize that silence is not freedom, but captivity in disguise? Their quiet moments are filled with noise now. Songs sting, places ache, dreams replay the memories they tried to bury. Guilt has become the loudest voice in their life, louder than pride, louder than lies, louder than the masks they wear. As the great composer Gustav Mahler once wrote in his Resurrection Symphony, "What has come into being must pass away. What has passed away must rise again." They thought silence would kill your spirit, but it only resurrected your power. Their calm front never grew. It was guilt dressed up in disguise. And now, chosen one, it is your time to rise. Stand in the truth that outlived their denial. Stand in the freedom they feared. Stand, because your silence has become the trumpet of heaven, declaring your victory. And now that guilt is chasing them like a shadow at noon, showing up in memories, in faces, in the way your energy still lingers in every room they enter. Chosen one, you didn't lose them, they abandoned the light. And by doing so, they imprisoned themselves in the weight of what they tried to bury. Isn't it striking how truth never stays silent? How presence never truly fades? How echoes of what was once divine always return louder than before? John 1-5 declares, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." They tried to throw away your light, yet now they are haunted by the glow that refuses to die. If this is piercing your spirit, drop 88-inch the comments. Let the other chosen ones know the shift has already begun. Because what comes next is not just a twist in your story, it is a quake that will shake foundations. This wasn't just heartbreak, it was spiritual warfare. An ambush staged in silence. Some betrayals are not about emotions, but about altars. Not about broken hearts, but about infiltration. Isn't it chilling to realize that energy which could not touch you head-on tried instead to move through someone close? Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world." Your battle was never with them, it was with the forces working through them. While you poured your heart into love, they sat at tables of mockery with those plotting your downfall. They didn't flinch when your name was slandered. They didn't protect you when your spirit was attacked. They leaned in, they laughed, they nodded in agreement, letting jealousy and envy clothe their words. Isn't it haunting that the ones closest often become the very vessels for the enemy's farthest? Psalm 41-9 captures it perfectly. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. That betrayal was deeper than your eyes could see. A spiritual ambush hidden behind a familiar smile. You thought love meant safety, yet hidden among affection was infiltration. What you didn't realize was that the very energy that despised you used someone close as its disguise. Isn't it piercing that the same lips once praising you could so quickly echo gossip? They weren't blind to your light, they were consumed by their own smallness when standing in it. Instead of rising higher to meet your shine, they shrank, dropping down to the level of those threatened by what they could not match. Proverbs 26:24 warns, enemies disguise themselves with their lips, but in their hearts they harbor deceit. Their betrayal was never about confusion, it was about corruption. And history has mirrored this pattern before. Think of Cain, the firstborn of Adam, who could not bear Abel's sacrifice of excellence. His jealousy, unchecked, turned into bloodshed. And Genesis 4-7 speaks with timeless relevance. Sin is crouching at your door, it desires to have you, but you must rule over it. Cain chose jealousy over love. Just as those around you chose envy over honor, and the consequence followed him forever. Isn't it terrifying how quickly a heart can become a vessel when pride opens the door? This wasn't confusion. This wasn't a tough breakup. This was infiltration. Spiritual strategy disguised as intimacy. But here is the victory. What the enemy meant for harm, heaven is already using for your elevation. Génesis 50:20 declares, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Their betrayal was the platform for your breakthrough. Their laughter was the soil for your resurrection. Their silence was the trumpet of your rising. So, rise. Chosen one, stand taller than the whispers. Walk stronger than the betrayal. Shine brighter than envy. For what was meant to break you has become the very evidence that you are unbreakable. This was not romance gone wrong. It was a spiritual attack wearing the mask of love. You weren't simply trying to love them, you were trying to heal them, to carry them through storms they didn't even know how to name, to pray them into growth, to shield them when their own strength collapsed. Isn't it piercing to realize you thought your energy could mend what was shattered, only to discover the cracks were intentional? Ephesians 6:11 warns, "Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes." They weren't falling by accident. They had already opened the door and let the poison in. And once poison enters, it spreads, infecting everything pure, twisting love into control and intimacy into warfare. Even psychologists describe this as self-sabotage. When the human mind betrays itself by choosing destruction over healing, how many times did you wonder why they resisted the very thing they prayed for? You noticed the shift, didn't you? The way their words sharpened like knives, the sudden coldness in their tone, the subtle jabs that chipped at your peace, the distance they created without explanation. The mind games designed to keep you spinning, that wasn't random. It was the weight of wrong voices pressing against them, filling their spirit with static, breaking the resonance of what you built together. Isn't it chilling, that silence? Disappearing acts and confusion were not just immaturity, but strategy. They weren't seeking growth. They were hoping you'd unravel yourself, trying to decode their behavior. Psalm 55:21 describes this perfectly. His talk is smooth as butter, yet war is in his heart. His words are more soothing than oil, yet they are drawn swords. Even science calls this psychological projection, when someone's hidden guilt disguises itself as hostility toward the one trying to love them. How much energy did you waste trying to translate behavior that was never meant to make sense? But here's what they never expected. You weren't standing alone. You were covered, surrounded, upheld by a frequency higher than any shadow. Isaiah 54:17 thunders, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Every whispered word against your name was recorded, every false story tallied, every daggered silence marked. Isn't it striking that the very silence they thought would break you was the exact moment the universe shifted in your favor? What was meant to crush you became the seedbed for your rise. And isn't this the mystery of faith, that attacks intended for your downfall become blueprints for your elevation? In physics, we call this resonance, the way one vibration awakens another. Their betrayal only amplified the divine frequency you already carried. And now they sit in the storm they summoned. The confusion they left you in has folded back onto them. The chaos they fed is drowning their steps. Isn't it poetic justice that the winds they stirred now scatter their own peace? Nothing flows anymore. Joy feels artificial. Peace slips away. Blessings slide through their fingers like sand. Galatians 6:7 echo. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. By partnering with darkness to extinguish light, They didn't weaken you, they contaminated themselves. Darkness doesn't vanish, it stains everything it touches. Even nature agrees, when a tree's roots rot, no branch can bear fruit. No matter how green the leaves once appeared, their life is now a forest without harvest, beauty without substance, laughter without joy. And here lies the saddest truth. They didn't just lose you, they lost their only real chance at transformation. You were their mirror, their opportunity, the one person who reflected who they could have become. Isn't it haunting that instead of rising to the reflection, they smashed the mirror? Now they are left with broken shards, fake peace, and memories of what authenticity felt like. Their lie wasn't just against you, it was permission granted to dark energy to work through them. Yet here is the irony. The only path destroyed was theirs. John 3:20 explains, "Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed." How many blessings have they now lost? Not because they weren't offered, but because they couldn't bear to face the truth you carried. And isn't it tragic that guilt becomes their constant companion, whispering louder than any apology ever could? And history repeats itself with cautionary tales. Think of King Rehoboam, Solomon's son, who scorned wise counsel, listened to voices of arrogance, and split the kingdom in two. Isn't that the same blindness? To mock the very source of blessing and then wonder why collapse arrives. Their arrogance convinced them your kindness was weakness, your discernment was foolishness, your glow was luck. But 1 Corinthians 1:27 proclaims, God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. What they dismissed as softness was sacred strength. In architecture, ignoring the cornerstone always collapses the building. In psychology, ignoring the healer always prolongs the wound. And in life, dishonoring the chosen always guarantees regret. So rise, chosen one. Stand with the authority of one who cannot be broken. The darkness they entertained has devoured their peace, but your light multiplies. You are the blessing they mishandled, the fortress they underestimated, the mirror they feared. Their collapse is their inheritance, but your glow is your crown. Isn't it time you stop mourning what was lost and start celebrating what cannot be taken? Isaiah 60:1 calls out, Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Stand, chosen one, because your silence has already spoken louder than their betrayal ever could. But what they never realized until it was too late was that you were the very reason their fragile world hadn't completely collapsed. You weren't just a chapter in their life story. You were the invisible scaffolding, the spiritual architecture keeping their house from crumbling. Psalm 91:4 declares, He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. That was you, chosen, one faithfulness embodied, walking, favor, clothed in human form. Isn't it haunting to see how people take stability for granted until the ground begins to shake beneath them? Your prayers, your presence, your quiet covering were the unseen shield, deflecting arrows they never even knew were flying toward them. And how did they respond to such divine alignment? They mocked it. They dismissed your warnings as paranoia, ignored your intuition as overthinking, and treated your love as ordinary. Yet 1 Thessalonians 5:20 says, Do not treat prophecies with contempt, but test them all. Hold on to what is good. Isn't it chilling that what they labeled too much was the very thread holding their world together? your spiritual discernment. The dreams you shared, the inner voice you carried, those were the alarms heaven sounded. And they muted them. They thought your passion was a flaw when it was really protection. They thought your prayers were excessive when they were actually oxygen. And now, as oxygen runs out, doesn't it strike you how suddenly they wish they had listened? You weren't ordinary. You were placed in their life for a divine reason, an assignment dressed as companionship. Your presence was a wall against destruction, a firewall between them and disaster. Isaiah 58, 12 says, "You will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings." That was your role, repairer, restorer, guardian. You poured into them when they were too careless to grow, shielded them when they squandered their own strength, carried them when their own legs buckled. Isn't it strange that only when the carrier steps aside do they realize how heavy their own load truly is? And now they feel it. The pressure in their chest, the anxiety that grips them at night, the emptiness that refuses to be filled. It isn't random. It's the consequence of losing your covering. What once flowed freely now dries up like rivers cut from their source. Psalm 37:28 says, "For the Lord loves the just and will not forsake his faithful ones. Wrongdoers will be completely destroyed. The offspring of the wicked will perish." Isn't it powerful that destruction always begins where honor ends? The very balance they thought belonged to them was borrowed from you. And now that balance has returned to its rightful owner. Opportunities that once seemed to fall in their lap suddenly vanish. People they thought were allies now drift away. Even rest, something so basic, feels like a battlefield. And this is not bad luck. It is not just life. It is the spiritual law of resonance and consequence. Galatians 6:7 reminds, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Isn't it piercing that they are reaping not because you cursed them, but because they dishonored what kept them safe? The peace they thought was their own was never theirs at all. It was your energy, your prayers, your alignment resonating behind the scenes like a symphony. No one applauded. Voices from art and music capture this truth. The composer Franz Schubert, in his Mass in G major, wrote passages where sudden silence carries more weight than the music itself. Isn't that what your absence has become? A silence heavier than sound. A reminder echoing through their soul that what was dismissed as ordinary was extraordinary all along. And today, chosen one, that silence is not your weakness, it is your loudest testimony. So stand, rise. Do not mourn what was wasted. They mocked the covering that kept them alive. But you carry the anointing that still multiplies. Their collapse is their classroom, but your rise is your coronation. Isaías 60:1 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Your glow was never luck. It was for a purpose, and now it shines brighter than ever. Now that you are gone, the storm is circling back with a vengeance, roaring in ways they cannot silence. They thought their peace was permanent, that the calm would linger no matter how they treated you. But what they never understood is that their stability was never their own. It was borrowed, carried by your covering, hidden in the shelter of your prayers. You were the balance in their chaos, the weight on the scale that kept judgment from tipping against them. Psalm 91:1 says, "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." Isn't it piercing that while you stood with them, they lived in borrowed rest? yet mocked the very shadow protecting them. When they ridiculed what they could not comprehend, heaven itself intervened. The blessing didn't leave because it ran out, it left because it was dishonored. And now, they are scrambling. They try to replicate your energy, to search for it in shallow places, to find it in faces that never carried what you carried. But they can't, because what you brought was never transferable, it was assigned. Isn't it haunting that they now chase shadows, reaching for ghosts, desperately trying to fill the sacred space that only you were designed to hold? Ecclesiastes 5:19 reminds, when God gives someone wealth and possessions, and the ability to enjoy them, this is a gift of God. What you were to them was a gift, not an accident. Nothing they attempt is working. And slowly, painfully, their eyes are opening. The blessing didn't feel big because it was loud. It felt big because it was real. And what is real can never be replaced by what only imitates the form. They laughed when you cried, mistaking your pain for collapse. But you weren't breaking, you were birthing. You were shedding the shell of who you once were to step into a version of yourself they were never worthy to witness. John 16:20 declares, you will weep and mourn while the world rejoices. You will grieve, but your grief will turn to joy. Isn't it chilling that they cheered at your tears, not realizing those tears were watering the soil of your transformation? The snake laughs when the eagle is silent. But silence is not defeat. Silence is the strategy of hunters. They misread your pause as weakness, not understanding. It was preparation. They felt powerful, watching you wrestle with doubt, convincing themselves that your struggle was their triumph. They mistook your heartbreak for an ending. But endings for the chosen are always preludes to elevation. Proverbs 24:16 confirms, though the righteous falls 7 times, they rise again. But the wicked stumble when calamity strikes. Isn't it striking how those who danced at your downfall now tremble at your rise, even if they never mocked you openly? In the spirit, they celebrated your wounds. They toasted your silence as if it were defeat. But your silence was the womb of a new sound, the sound of resurrection. And history leaves us reminders of this blindness. Nero, the emperor of Rome, mocked the early Christians as weak, throwing them to arenas, laughing as if their deaths sealed his victory. Yet centuries later, it is their faith that reshaped civilizations, while Nero's empire crumbled into dust. Isn't that the same irony, that those who celebrate the breaking of the chosen end up haunted by the very legacy they tried to extinguish? Their laughter was premature, their victory counterfeit, their judgment flawed. Now, chosen one, stand. Your tears have already turned into testimony. Your silence has already become a strategy. Your heartbreak has already transformed into a breakthrough. Isaiah 60:1 commands, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. You are not defined by what they mocked. You are crowned by what you endured. Stand, because their storm is proof of your strength, and your rise is proof of your calling. But what they failed to see through their shallow lens was that you weren't breaking down, you were breaking through. They mistook your silence for surrender, your tears for weakness, your pause for collapse. Yet in reality, you were undergoing metamorphosis, a transformation so profound, the old version of you had to shatter for the new to be born. Romans 8:18 declares, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. Isn't it staggering that what looked like an ending to them was actually the prelude to glory? That pain wasn't your finish line, it was the beginning of rebirth. Every fiber of your being stretched like the arches of a cathedral under construction, making space for a version of you they would never have access to again. Every tear you cried was not wasted water, it was baptism. Every sleepless night wasn't torment, but cleansing. Every surge of rage or sadness was fuel, converting despair into momentum. You weren't crumbling, you were breaking free. They thought they had destroyed you, but all they did was ignite the very fire that elevated you. Isn't it haunting that betrayal became your activation code? Job 23:10 testifies. But he knows the way that I take when he has tested me. I will come forth as gold. The process they mocked was the furnace refining your spirit, the very launch pad for your rise. Heartbreak didn't weaken you, it tempered you. Disappointment didn't end you, it activated you. And in that activation, you discovered resilience you didn't even know you carried. Psychologists call this post-traumatic growth. The paradox, where deep wounds become the birthplace of new strength. Isn't it ironic that the same fire meant to burn you alive forged you into something unshakable as you shed old wounds, toxic habits, and the need to shrink yourself for counterfeit love? You stepped into the architecture of your true power. Hebrews 12:1 whispers, "Let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." You stopped over, giving to those who drained you. You stopped dimming your light so others could shine. That smaller version of you, the one who tolerated disrespect, who excused abuse, who thought endurance was love, died in the labor of your transformation. In its place rose someone stronger, wiser, freer than ever before. Isn't it piercing that the very collapse they celebrated birthed a you they can no longer touch, now with clear eyes? You discern the games. With heightened spiritual resonance, you feel the shifts in energy. With sharpened perception, you know your strength, and their reach no longer intimidates you. Isaiah 40:31 shouts, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary." You are no longer prey, you are ascendant, walking with authority while those who mocked now tremble at your rise. And those same people who ridiculed your pain are now forced to watch from the outside, realizing too late that what they witnessed wasn't your downfall but your ascension. They walked away from something rare, convinced they could replace it with ease. But isn't it chilling that what they ended up with were hollow imitations, cheap echoes of what they once held? They didn't walk into real love. They stumbled into counterfeits, empty copies of what they once despised but secretly craved. Luke 12:48 seals their judgment. From everyone who has been given much, much will be demanded, and from the one who has been entrusted with much, much more will be asked. They were entrusted with a treasure and squandered it, and now they face the weight of that loss. And even ordinary voices echo this eternal truth. I recall a janitor named Matteo from a small town, who once said, "People think breaking glass means destruction, but sometimes breaking glass means light finally enters the room." Isn't that exactly what your story reveals? They thought your breaking meant ruin, but your breaking only opened the windows for light to pour in. Their mockery has turned into silence, and your silence has turned into radiance. So rise, chosen one. The crown of your transformation gleams brighter than their counterfeit victories. You are not defined by their rejection, you are refined by it. Stand, Because your ascension is undeniable, your resilience unshakable, your destiny unstoppable. Isaiah 61 commands, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." They settled for a clone, a shallow copy that could only mimic your outline but never carry your essence. They traded gold for glitter, substance for show, and now all they hold is dust slipping through their fingers. That new person may try to act like you, talk like you, even dress like you, but it's all surface, hollow imitations with no weight. Isn't it haunting how quickly people confuse resemblance with reality? Ecclesiastes 1:2 declares, "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity." What they thought was stability turned out to be decoration. It doesn't carry your depth, your wisdom, your divine resonance, and no matter how much they try to pretend, the absence of your spirit cannot be duplicated. They thought they had found peace, but what they really stumbled into was comfort without growth. Isn't it tragic that comfort can feel like security when in truth it is a cage? They ran to someone who would never challenge them, who wouldn't hold up a mirror to expose their shadows, who would let them shrink rather than rise. Jeremiah 6:14 says, "They dress the wound of my people as though it were not serious. Peace, peace," they say, when there is no peace. That is their reality surface, calm with no true healing. At first, the ease felt like relief, but now that comfort suffocates, turning soft walls into invisible bars. Every day they feel it. Every time they look into the eyes of the one beside them and still feel unseen. The emptiness echoes louder. Isn't it piercing that even in a full room they feel the void you left? Every quiet second testifies against them. In the silence of night, when distractions fade, they realize they lost something sacred they will never retrieve. You weren't simply a partner, you were covenant, sanctuary, and mirror. Meanwhile, you have moved on, not just outwardly, but inwardly, spiritually, completely. 2 Corinthians 5:17 proclaims, "If anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone. The new is here, that is you now. You no longer bend to fit into smallness. You no longer shrink to make others feel large." Isn't it powerful that the very traits they mocked have now become your crown? You have stepped into your power unapologetically, without explanation, radiating authenticity that cannot be dimmed, and they know it. They see it in the way your glow unsettles them. They feel it in the pit of their chest when your name comes up. They know they cannot reach you anymore, and that truth stings deeper than any wound. Not because you are punishing them, but because connection once divine has been severed. Isaiah 59:2 says, "But your iniquities have separated you from your God. Your sins have hidden his face from you." Sin separates. Dishonor severs. And what they are left with is nothing more than a shadow of what they once held. Isn't it chilling that what they chose over you now feels like silence dressed up in skin, a pretty face with no foundation, a relationship without architecture, a copy that can mimic the outside but will never reach the soul? In art, Michelangelo once said of his sculptures, "The greatest danger is not carving too little, but stopping before truth is revealed." Isn't that the mirror of their mistake? They chose a surface, but the surface has no breath. They abandoned the carving of truth and settled for stone unformed. And now the echo of your absence is louder than their new presence could ever be. That is why today, you stand renewed. Psalm 30:5 reminds us, weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. You are that morning, chosen one, the dawn they forfeited, the resurrection they mocked, the glory they misread. Stand in it, shine in it, for your rise is their reminder, and your faith is your fortress. Chosen ones. Let this sink in. The story was never about your ex escaping judgment. It was about God proving once again that no lie, no betrayal, and no secret alliance against you can outrun truth. Just as Psalm 37:13 says, the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. Their choices have opened the very case that now exposes them. The CIA may investigate their past, but heaven already revealed their motives. What they tried to bury has become the evidence that haunts them. And you stand as living proof that no weapon formed against you prospers. Their betrayal became your activation. Their silence became your shield. Their downfall became your testimony. Isn't it extraordinary that what was meant to break you now announces your elevation? If this message shook something in your spirit, don't let it end here. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and drop a comment, yes. Even a simple 777 to let the world know you're still standing strong. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next revelation, because every word spoken here is meant to sharpen your journey. To those who have given through super thanks, I speak blessing over you. Your generosity fuels this mission. And to those who simply watch, listen, and engage, you are just as vital to this calling. Your presence here is proof that the chosen ones are rising together. So may you walk with clarity, may you rise with strength, and may peace follow you wherever you go. Until next time, stand tall. Chosen one. Your story isn't ending, it's only just beginning. Chosen ones. Listen closely. This is not just another warning. It is a lifeline. The 17th of September is not an ordinary date on a calendar. It is a line in the sand. A moment of divine precision, where what is nearest to you may not be safest for you. The very person you love, the one you trust most, could unknowingly carry the spark that disrupts your alignment. It won't come with noise. It won't arrive in chaos. It will come softly, through closeness, through an embrace, through words that seem innocent but carry weight you cannot afford to carry right now. If you've felt the whisper in your spirit telling you to guard your heart, to stay quiet, to protect your atmosphere, you are not imagining it. You are being preserved, not punished. And on the 17th of September, that preservation could make the difference between rising and stumbling. Do not underestimate the quiet battles. Chosen ones, they are often the most dangerous. Before we go deeper, I want to pause and say thank you from the depths of my heart to everyone who has stood with this channel, especially those who've poured out love through super thanks. Your support means more than words. And if this message is already stirring something in you, go ahead and comment 777 below as a declaration that your spirit will remain guarded and your protection sealed, because in a moment, we will uncover why this warning matters and how to stand firm with grace. When the test comes knocking softly on the 17th of September, stay with me. What you hear next may save you from what you never saw coming. God's chosen ones. Do not let the person you trust most near you on the 17th of September You may begin to sense it in ways so subtle that others would dismiss it. A shift in the tone when your name is spoken. A pause too long in a conversation that should have felt ordinary. A heaviness in a message that once would have passed unnoticed. What is it that makes your spirit suddenly alert, even though no clear evidence is before your eyes? Scripture reminds us, "By their fruits you will recognize them." Matthew 7:16. It is not always about what is being said, but about the current of energy, intention, and hidden memory riding beneath the words. The weight of expectation lingers like smoke in the air, and your spirit knows when the atmosphere has shifted. The 17th of September was never meant as a day of confrontation. It is a day of recognition. A mirror showing how far you have come. It is not about waiting for others to explain themselves, but about perceiving the alignment of heaven within your own body. In this stillness, you learn that discernment is sharper than explanation. In the past, you might have folded yourself small to make others feel comfortable. You might have let people remain close simply because they had access, not because they proved worthy of your trust. But what happens when growth demands you no longer shrink? King David faced this same moment when Saul, once a trusted figure, turned his heart against him. And yet, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" Psalm 27:1. The chosen must learn that access is not entitlement. Trust is not an inheritance for the nearest hand. It is a sacred gift given by discernment. Growth forces you to measure relationships not by history, but by fruit. And when the season shifts, will you be able to release those who once carried you, but now weigh you down? The very strength of covenant often reveals itself through the courage to walk away. Now, you are different. Or perhaps it is better said, you are becoming different. The shift is quiet, like roots deepening in secret soil. It does not announce itself loudly, but it demands your protection. Just as Nehemiah refused to come down from the wall when his enemies called for distraction, you must also refuse to leave your place of clarity. You don't need to slam doors or raise your voice. What if the true power lies not in cutting people off, but in staying where the air is clear, where your nervous system is no longer decoding someone else's chaos? Do not be deceived. Bad company corrupts good character. 1 Corinthians 15:33. Every wall you guard is not isolation, but insulation. An architecture of protection that heaven itself is teaching you to build. Could it be that solitude is not punishment, but preservation for the battles ahead? In the world of art and leadership, voices have testified to this truth. The painter Pablo Picasso once said, "The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away." But how can you give your gift if you constantly pour it into hands that drain rather than steward? On the other side of history, villains have shown us the cost of misplaced trust. Consider Marcus Junius Brutus, the Roman senator who betrayed Julius Caesar. Though cloaked in friendship, his dagger ended a leader's reign. Betrayal often wears the mask of closeness, and its consequence is always destruction. And are we not warned in Scripture that even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me? Psalm 41:9. These reminders are not written to breed paranoia, but to awaken discernment. When you know that trust misplaced can ruin a birth, you learn to guard the garden of your heart more carefully. Sometimes the testing comes not with hostility, but with innocence. The person closest to you, with the kindest smile or the most innocent question, may not even realize they are the vessel carrying pressure to test your discernment. But will you listen to the whisper in your chest? Will you recognize the sacred yes or no beating within your own spirit? Guard your heart above all else. For it is the wellspring of life. Proverbs 4:23. The whisper is heaven's architecture of protection. It may feel like weakness to step back quietly, but in truth it is strength, clothed in humility. What would happen if you began treating your inner no as a divine shield rather than a personal discomfort? To ignore it is to risk being pierced by arrows you were already warned about. Nature itself preaches this wisdom. The stag in the forest does not bolt at every sound, but when the faintest crack of a twig carries the frequency of danger, its body responds before the eyes confirm. Should your spirit not do the same? Why question the God-given sensitivity that keeps you safe when the season turns? On the 17th of September, the atmosphere is not random, it is precise. A divine frequency echoing through your inner being. When the Spirit of truth comes, He will guide you into all truth. John 16:13. The waves of discernment are like sound frequencies, invisible to the eye, but powerful enough to shake entire structures. In physics, resonance occurs when a system vibrates at its natural frequency. So too does your spirit resonate when truth is present or violated. And are you not built as a temple whose very walls are tuned to God's vibration? And here lies the choice before you. Will you cling to the illusion of comfort? Or will you rise into the clarity you've been prepared for? Will you give your ear to every voice? Or will you treasure the silence that keeps you whole? Be sober-minded, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. 1 Peter 5-8. This is not the time to dismiss what heaven is revealing. This is the time to stand. For silence is no longer survival, it is strategy. The chosen are not called to collapse, but to carry. They are not called to bow to pressure, but to embody presence. The 17th of September is your marker in the sand. Your covenant reminder that discernment is protection, chosen ones. Hear this, your discernment is not paranoia, it is prophecy. Your hesitation is not weakness, it is wisdom. Your boundary is not cruelty, it is covenant. Rise with the authority given to you. Do not let the person you trust most sit too close on the 17th of September if heaven is signaling otherwise. Rise into your protection. Rise into your discernment. Rise into your freedom. And when the history of this season is written, it will not be recorded that you were deceived. It will testify that you saw clearly, that you guarded well, and that you stood in the strength of the Lord. Even when logic whispers that you are overreacting, your spirit knows the price of ignoring its own alarm. What if the very thing that feels sweet or nostalgic is actually the net designed to slow you down? What if the invitation that feels wrapped in love carries the weight of pressure, not peace? Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God. 1 John 4:1. The presence that once felt like safety may now feel too loud for the journey ahead. How can you afford to dismiss the inner witness that warns before the storm? There is no drama in choosing stillness. There is no cruelty in choosing space. And you do not owe anyone the version of yourself that belonged to a previous chapter. That version is dissolving now quietly, elegantly, without needing to justify itself. And what replaces it cannot be handled by everyone. That is why the test is subtle. Those who once held your hand may now be pressing your buttons, not because they despise you, but because they only remember the rhythm of the person you used to be. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Isaiah 43:18-19. Will you allow the noise of yesterday to dictate the clarity of today? On the 17th of September, the assignment is simple but holy. Do not confuse closeness with safety. The ones who have the greatest access to your heart also carry the greatest ability to shape your frequency. What enters your space becomes part of your field, like seeds carried by the wind that either nourish the soil or poison it. And just as a mighty oak tree cannot allow every creeping vine to entangle its trunk, you too cannot let every presence root itself in your atmosphere. The tree survives by shedding branches that no longer bear fruit, and so must you. This new layer of you, the one being born in silence, cannot afford to be shaken by familiar energy. Not today. Perhaps not ever again. If hesitation arises in your chest before answering a call, that hesitation is wisdom. If retreat feels necessary, it is protection. If your heart longs to explain the distance, breathe instead and let the boundary speak louder than your words. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. Anything more comes from evil. Matthew 5:37. Why keep defending the very shield that God Himself is placing over you? Strength is found in silence. And silence is not absence, it is authority. Some will misunderstand your silence. Some will call it cold. Let them. Your identity was never meant to be verified by their understanding. This is not the season for being explained, it is the season for being preserved. You are not here to soothe the confusion of others. You are here to walk with divine precision. And precision requires space. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and He delights in His way. Psalm 37:23. Why give your steps away to those who have not earned the right to walk beside you? Especially beware of those who think they know you best. What they know is only the version they once had access to, and that access has now expired. This isn't about revenge or rejection, it's about reverence. Reverence for the work God is doing in silence. Reverence for the seed of destiny planted deep in your soil. The wrong energy, even if wrapped in good intentions, can cloud the sacred growth within you. Even Shakespeare, in King Lear, penned the warning of misplaced trust through the betrayal of daughters who spoke of love but acted with greed. Their words sounded sweet, but their fruit was bitter, and it cost the king his kingdom. Shouldn't you also discern between flattery and truth? So you step back, you get quiet, you protect the stillness, not because you are angry, but because you are aware. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. This awareness, this decision to remain centered when someone close reaches for you, is the moment everything shifts. On the 17th of September, the energy around you will not merely be emotional, it will be cosmic. The moon will be swollen with heaviness, drawing hidden things to the surface. And just as the tide cannot resist the pull of the heavens, so too will hidden motives rise where they can be seen. Will you have the courage to remain unshaken when they appear? Chosen ones, rise. This is your moment of separation. This is your day of clarity. Your silence is your shield. Your distance is your wisdom. And your reverence is your authority. Do not let the closest presence undo the work God has been quietly building within you. Walk forward intact. Walk forward guarded. Walk forward victorious. The sun, steady and sharp, will not simply shine, it will separate. It will spotlight what is real and expose what no longer resonates with the person you are becoming. This day is not for the world's applause, but for your own unveiling. The moment you see yourself as heaven already sees you, when someone reaches for you, especially someone familiar, the encounter will not be small, it will be a crossroads. What happens when a hand that once comforted you now feels like a rope pulling you backward? Everything exposed by the light becomes visible, and everything that is illuminated becomes a light. Ephesians 5:13. To stand in that light requires courage, because recognition always asks you to decide. Every turning point with God demands that you see your reflection without the filters of nostalgia or fear. You will feel the pull to respond, to soothe, to explain, to reassure with words like, "I'm okay," even when your soul trembles with uncertainty. Yet silence on this day is not avoidance, it is alignment. You are not rejecting the other, you are respecting the atmosphere God has placed around you. Every word released into this sensitive field will ripple like a stone cast into still water. And once the ripples spread, they cannot be pulled back. Isn't it wiser to guard your river than to let another stir its depths? Set a guard over my mouth. Lord, keep watch over the door of my lips. Psalm 141:3. To choose silence here is not weakness, but mastery, like a warrior, knowing when to hold his sword rather than strike. That is why the highest choice may feel like nothing at all. Not a quick reply, not the comfort, not the words designed to ease another's tension. The highest choice is space, stillness, the quiet honor of trusting that truth arrives only when it can hold its own weight. This is not spiritual theater, it is spiritual precision. Even nature testifies. A butterfly's wings may seem fragile, yet if touched before the right moment, its ability to fly is ruined. So too are your words on the 17th of September. They must not be rushed, because a premature sentence could misalign the frequency you worked so long to protect, and are not the most powerful symphonies marked not by constant sound, but by holy pauses that give meaning to the music. On this day, the wrong word, even gently spoken, could realign your entire atmosphere back toward places you already outgrew. That is why the invitation will not come like thunder, but like a whisper, a message, a check-in, a soft question that sounds like love, but does not carry alignment. And can love without alignment really lead you to God's destiny? Alignment, not sentiment, is your compass. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Psalm 37:23. Like the tides pulled by the moon. Emotions will stir memories. The sun will spotlight doubts. And you may feel raw. Even if nothing external is wrong, the veil is thin, and sensitivity is sharpened for your protection. Discernment is not given to isolate you. It is given to crown you with wisdom that preserves your inheritance. Your intuition will roar louder than your logic. And you are meant to listen. You are meant to move slowly, to hold your frequency steady while the atmosphere rearranges itself around you. Someone might call your name in a familiar tone. Someone might whisper, "I need you," at precisely the wrong time. And everything in you will want to respond out of habit. But pause. What if that reflex is your old self calling, not your new self rising? My sheep listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. Shouldn't you discern which voice is truly calling you? To obey the wrong voice is to rehearse yesterday, but to heed the right one is to step into tomorrow. This moment demands the strength of pause. Breathe, ask the question. Heaven is pressing into your spirit. Is this moment for me? Or for who I used to be? That question clears fog like dawn burning through the mist. Because on this day, every response carries weight, emotional weight, energetic weight, even spiritual weight. And what you respond to, you give permission to enter. If you answer too quickly, are you not building a bridge back to rooms you no longer belong in? If the version of you now emerging would never sit in that conversation, why would you keep its door open? What you allow into your field today will shape the fruit you reap tomorrow. The arts whisper this same truth. In Handel's Messiah, the chorus thundered, "For the Lord God omnipotent reigneth." Those words, carried by music, shake every atmosphere they touch because they are released in alignment with heaven's power. Likewise, your silence on the 17th of September is not emptiness, it is resonance, like an organ in a cathedral that waits for the right key to release its thunder. You too must wait until your words match the weight of heaven. True authority is never rushed. It is revealed at the right frequency, at the right time. Chosen ones, rise. This is your divine appointment. This is your day of holy restraint and sharpened clarity. Your silence is not absence, it is authority. Your restraint is not weakness, it is wisdom. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. On the 17th of September, protect your field, guard your frequency, and walk in reverence. Do not confuse noise for necessity. Do not confuse closeness for covenant. Stand intact, unshaken, and aligned with heaven's rhythm. And when you walk forward from this day, history will record not what you said, but how powerfully you refused to be shaken. And in that stillness, God Himself will speak louder than any explanation you could ever give. If the answer is no, then don't go. Don't reply. Don't explain. Let the silence be the statement. Let the pause be your protection. Let the space you hold become the altar for who you are becoming. And anyone who is truly meant to walk with you, they will either understand or learn in time. Better is a little with righteousness than much gain with injustice. Proverbs 16:8. Isn't it truer that silence often builds stronger walls than words ever could? Your stillness is not absence, it is architecture. The invisible scaffolding heaven uses to prepare your next level. You are not being asked to disappear. You are being asked to choose discernment over reaction. On any other day, that message might mean nothing, but on the 17th of September, it might become the anchor that drags you back into waters you've already swum out of. You've worked too hard to filter your atmosphere this clean. Why return to the very frequency that once distorted your soul? Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2. In psychological terms, this is boundary reinforcement, the mind reclaiming agency where it once yielded to pressure. Discernment is the neurological reset of a soul realigned with God's voice. Don't let familiarity become the door through which confusion walks back in. Hold your ground. Let the moon stir your inner waters, but don't let it spill you. Let the sun expose what is fading, but don't chase the light in someone else's eyes when you carry your own. And perhaps, just perhaps, the most powerful act you will perform that day is nothing at all. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Isn't it stunning that stillness can wage war words never could? In physics, this is resonance, the alignment of frequencies so precise that silence itself shakes structures more than noise. You'll notice it as the hours move differently, bending in ways ordinary days never do. Time itself will seem elastic, both fast and slow, like a paradox of eternity invading the moment. You'll look at the clock and realize hours have passed in what felt like minutes, or maybe the opposite. Each moment stretches like an echo in a canyon, demanding you hear the undertones rather than the surface. What if this strange bending of time is heaven giving you margin to hear more clearly? With the Lord, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are like a day. 2 Peter 3:8. Time is not your master, it is God's servant, reshaped for your awakening. You'll walk through familiar spaces, but they will not feel the same. Something about the way people speak to you, or don't. Something about the energy they bring with them, or the weight they leave behind. The air itself will feel heavier. as if invisible structures are shifting. In architecture, the foundation is tested most, not during its building, but when weight presses upon it. The 17th of September will test your foundation. Will you stand, or will you bend to the pressure of voices that no longer resonate with your blueprint? The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118-22. And here, real life testifies as well. The Italian conductor Arturo Toscanini, one of history's greatest masters of silence and sound, once said, "The most perfect music is the silence between the notes." He was reminding us that restraint is not emptiness but power. Your silence on this day is the divine pause between movements in the symphony of your life. And what if the music of heaven only plays clearly when you learn to hold that pause? Chosen ones, rise. This is your assignment. This is your unveiling. Do not explain away what God is exposing. Do not dilute the clarity you have fought for. Your silence is your fortress. Your pause is your proclamation. And your stillness is your shield. Be on your guard. Stand firm in the faith. Be courageous. Be strong. 1 Corinthians 16:13. The 17th of September is not about being passive. It is about being precise. Rise into your authority. Rise into your discernment. Rise into your becoming, not in a dark way, but in a present way. You will feel yourself more fully than you have in years. Your thoughts will echo longer, almost as if the walls of your mind have been stretched into a cathedral where every whisper reverberates with meaning. Your emotions may linger without any clear cause. But what if the lingering is not weakness? It is evidence that your spirit is slowing down enough to listen. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for Him. Psalm 37:7. This day is not about fixing, not about explaining. It is about witnessing. Witnessing how close you came to slipping into an old pattern and didn't. Witnessing how you longed to say yes and yet chose silence instead. You may find yourself staying in place when every instinct once trained you to flee. Or you may find yourself walking away, not in anger, but with nothing but peace in your hands. And yes, there may be someone who circles back, someone who has grown accustomed to your immediate responses, someone who interprets your silence as a wound or a problem. They will ask with concern, "Is everything okay?" But what if, for the first time, the truth is, yes, everything is finally okay, because this time, you are not handing out access simply because someone reached for it. You are no longer smoothing over moments to keep an illusion alive. Let your yes be yes and your no, no. Matthew 5:30. Isn't it time to honor clarity more than comfort? You are not nodding along simply to keep the rhythm of a fragile connection alive. You are not shrinking yourself to stay soft. You are not offering an outdated version of yourself just to maintain peace that only ever existed on the surface. On this day, you are not bending to meet anyone else's demand. You are rooted. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in Him. They will be like a tree planted by the water. Its leaves are always green. Jeremiah 17:7-8. Being rooted will feel unfamiliar at first. It may even feel selfish. But what if this so-called selfishness is actually sacred, self-honoring the way God teaches you to protect what He planted in you? Real life testifies to this lesson as well. The American poet and activist Maya Angelou once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." Her wisdom reminds us that discernment is not cruelty, it is survival. How many times have you ignored the signs, only to reap the pain later? To live rooted is to finally believe what God and your spirit have been showing you all along. And history reminds us through its villains too. Consider Delilah. who spoke words of love to Samson while scheming for his downfall. Her betrayal did not appear violent at first. It was gentle, wrapped in care, but it robbed him of his strength. What did her story teach us, if not this, that closeness without covenant destroys? Do not be deceived. Bad company corrupts good character. 1 Corinthians 15:33. Shouldn't her legacy caution you against mistaking intimacy for loyalty? Some people will fall quiet too, sensing the shift within you. Others will push, whether gently or firmly, trying to pull you back into familiar closeness. But closeness that costs clarity is not care. It is comfort masquerading as love. And the Spirit of God is calling you into more than comfort. He is calling you into a covenant. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me. Psalm 28:7. So what if the most radical choice you make on the 17th of September is to remain unmoved, rooted in a strength they can't explain, chosen ones? Hear this. Your stillness is not weakness, it is warfare. Your silence is not empty, it is sacred. Your rootedness is not selfish, it is survival. This is the day heaven invites you to stop bowing to false peace and start standing in holy clarity. Rise into it, protect it, live it, and let the record of your life show that when others tried to bend you back, you stood firm and unshaken in God's presence. And comfort isn't always what you need, especially not today. Because what is growing inside you is not meant to be comforted, it is meant to be carried. And growth of this kind can only be nourished in peace, real peace. Not silence covered with obligation, not connection paid for with fragments of your energy, but peace born from stillness, from aloneness, from the holy choice not to respond just because you can. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. John 14:27. Can you see now that comfort without covenant is only noise, while peace is presence? If there's a knot in your stomach before you reply, that is not indecision. That is your body knowing what your words haven't yet caught up to. If there's a pause in your chest before you say yes, that is not hesitation. It is your boundary arriving before your voice does. You were never called to carry guilt for choosing space. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Matthew 11:28. On this day, even hesitation is holy, because it is heaven's way of saying, slow down, protect the soil. Could it be that what feels like delay is actually your spirit building an altar of safety? Not when everything in the air is asking you to be still enough to hear what's coming next, not when even the sun seems to stretch its hours, casting longer shadows so you can finally see what has been hidden beneath them all along. Not when the moon's pull feels so deep it draws out aches you thought you buried. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. Psalm 19:1. Nature itself bends in witness to your discernment. Do rivers not carve valleys through centuries of patience? Do mountains not stand firm though winds rage around them? Why should your soul not also find strength in waiting? It is okay to let someone you love sit in your silence. It is okay not to be available, not to soften your truth, just to preserve a rhythm that no longer matches your pace. To love them from a distance for a day, a week, or even a season is not betrayal. It is reverence. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. 1 Corinthians 13:6. Love that requires you to shrink was never love. It was memory disguised as connection. And you are not called to be remembered as you were. You are called to become what you were never allowed to be before. What happens when the chrysalis finally refuses to remain wrapped and the butterfly stretches its wings? Transformation cannot be reversed. So when that message comes, and it will let it sit, let it breathe. You don't have to respond. You don't have to explain the pull towards solitude. If they are meant to walk with you into your becoming, they will understand the space you need to get there. And if they don't, then you will understand something else, that not every companion is meant for every chapter. Two cannot walk together unless they are agreed. Amos 3:3. The silence you keep on this day is not the absence of love. It is the architecture of covenant. The great works of art and drama remind us of this. In T.S. In Eliot's play Murder in the Cathedral, the Archbishop Thomas Becket declares before his martyrdom, "The last temptation is the greatest treason, to do the right deed for the wrong reason. So too for you, on the 17th of September, the wrong reply, even if spoken in kindness, can realign you with a version of yourself that no longer exists. Better to remain silent than to move out of step with the Spirit. Chosen ones, rise. This is not the day for performance. It is the day for precision, not the day for appeasement, but for alignment. Your silence is not weakness, it is authority. Your stillness is not avoidance, it is revelation. Stand firm in it. Hold your peace, and walk forward unshaken, and let it be known that on this day you chose covenant over comfort, alignment over applause, and destiny over distraction. And that kind of clarity only comes in silence. You may not even realize the shift as it unfolds. There will be no trumpet sounding, no flash of lightning, no clear line between before and after. But later, in the evening, or perhaps in the quiet of the next morning, you will sense it, a strange lightness, a holy certainty that something passed over you and you did not get caught in it. This time the current did not carry you. You stood still. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Isn't it powerful that victory sometimes looks like restraint rather than reaction? You let the wave break around you instead of through you. And in the closeness, you resisted. You discovered something startling. It did not destroy the bond. If anything, it revealed its strength. Because anything real can hold a little distance. Anything true doesn't demand constant access. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. 1 Corinthians 13:4. Shouldn't love be able to wait through silence without unraveling? What if the very act of stepping back is what proves what was authentic all along? Anything sacred will respect your silence. And if it couldn't withstand the quiet, then it was never meant to survive. Not every connection can journey with you into the next season. The 17th of September is not about serving everyone. It is about sorting between the voices that grow softer when you need stillness and those that grow louder to demand your attention. Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. Matthew 7:6. In psychology, this is boundary differentiation, the sacred recognition that clarity is found in separation, not constant merging. Doesn't even the architecture of heaven have gates, courts, and inner chambers, revealing that not every voice is permitted into the Holy of Holies? You will notice the difference more clearly now, not because you set out to judge, but because silence itself is a mirror, and in that mirror, you saw the people who kept showing up without demanding, the ones who backed away gracefully, the ones who respected the quiet, and the ones who kept knocking only to hear the sound of themselves. By their fruit you will recognize them. Matthew 7:16. Silence is not emptiness, it is data. It shows you who values presence and who only values access. Isn't it better to know now than to discover later at a greater cost? In the world, voices have echoed this same truth. The German-born architect Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, one of the pioneers of modern design, famously said, "Less is more." He wasn't speaking of emptiness but of structure, that true beauty is revealed not in excess but in precision. In the same way, your silence on this day is not absence, it is architecture. You are building walls, windows, and sacred boundaries in the temple of your becoming. Without them, your soul's foundation could never endure the weight of destiny. Chosen ones, rise. The 17th of September is not about reaction, it is about revelation. Your silence is not weakness, it is wisdom. Your pause is not avoidance, it is authority. Be on your guard, stand firm in the faith, be courageous, be strong. 1 Corinthians 16:13. The mirror of silence has shown you the truth. Now walk forward with courage. Do not chase voices that cannot endure the quiet. Stand rooted, stand discerning, and stand victorious. And maybe, for the very first time, you will stop feeling guilty about how little you gave in return, because what you offered yourself, that stillness, that space, that protection, was everything you once believed you were not allowed to ask for. The Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. Psalm 23:1. Isn't it true that giving yourself rest is often the most radical act of obedience? It is not easy to remain quiet when the world expects a quick answer. When someone you care about leans in with questions and you feel your own energy leaning away. Why is it that silence feels heavier than speech? Even though silence is often the voice of heaven, only this you know: if you said yes in that moment, something fragile inside you might bend the wrong way. And so, you don't. You simply don't. The moment passes, and you are still intact. Later, you will look back and realize that was the turning point. That was the day you chose not to abandon yourself to be understood. That was the day you refused to open the door out of guilt. Fear of man will prove to be a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe. Proverbs 29:25. Isn't it better to stay rooted in peace than to be pulled into someone else's storm? It was also the day you didn't invite someone back into a room they no longer belonged in, not because you stopped caring, but because you finally understood what true care is. About them, about yourself, about what is unfolding in silence. You learned something holy in the quiet, that presence is not proof of love. That response is not a requirement for care. Sometimes, the most loving act you can offer yourself and others is to say nothing, to step back, to let time and distance do the sorting that words would only complicate. A time to be silent and a time to speak. Ecclesiastes 3:7. Doesn't even Scripture remind us that silence is part of wisdom? And this truth is echoed in the world as well. The French painter Claude Monet once said, "My garden is my most beautiful masterpiece." His words remind us that beauty grows in protected silence, not in constant explanation. In the same way, your peace is your masterpiece, cultivated not by endless replies, but by guarded stillness. But history also warns us through its villains. King Herod, flattered by the dance of Herodias' daughter, chose to speak rashly and promise more than wisdom allowed. His careless vow led to the beheading of John the Baptist. A righteous man, what did his story reveal? Those impulsive words spoken to appease others always come with a cost greater than silence. Set a guard, O Lord, over my mouth. Keep watch over the door of my lips. Psalm 141:3. Isn't Herod's downfall proof that silence would have preserved what speech destroyed? And as the energy of the 17th of September fades, as the night settles softly over you, you will know you have passed through something sacred. You will feel stronger, not loud, strong, but rooted strong. Your thoughts will be clearer, your body calmer, your heart steady. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. You did not need to defend yourself. You did not need to reply. You only needed to remain still. And heaven proved that stillness was enough. Chosen ones, this is your victory. To guard your silence is to guard your destiny. To protect your boundaries is to protect your covenant. Do not feel guilty for standing firm. Feel grateful for passing through unchanged. Rise now, not into noise, but into clarity, not into guilt, but into grace. The 17th of September is your marker, your testimony, your strength. You didn't need to fix the discomfort of your silence. You only needed to stay where you were in that rare, holy space between old reflex and new knowing. That in-between moment became the very altar of your transformation. That was where the shift happened. That was where you honored the invitation to rise. And now that you have seen what silence truly holds, you will never forget how powerful it felt to say nothing at all. The Lord is good to those who wait for him, to the soul who seeks him. Lamentations 3:25. Doesn't waiting sometimes speak louder than words ever could? Because today was never about teaching anyone else a lesson. It was about remembering your own. You remembered that your peace does not need an audience to be real. You remembered that your intuition does not require a courtroom to prove itself. And you remembered that energy never lies. When it feels off even from someone close, it is not rebellion to step back. It is obedience. That step is not rejection. It is protection. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast. Isaiah 26:3. Could it be that every pause is heaven's shield stretching over you? On days like this, protection is not optional, it is sacred. The 17th of September carried a specific charge, subtle yet unmistakable. You may have felt it the moment you woke up, a heaviness in the air, a strange tension in your chest, an unseen hand urging you to measure each step carefully. Conversations that once flowed like streams suddenly felt dammed. Interactions left you drained instead of filled. Even the faces you trusted, most revealed expressions you weren't prepared to see. Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Matthew 26:41. Isn't it striking that spiritual tension often reveals itself through ordinary encounters? None of this was random. This is the ripple of something larger. A spiritual pressure point amplified by unseen shifts. Nature itself testifies, just as a tectonic plate shifts silently beneath the earth and produces a quake that reshapes the land, so too does a spiritual tremor rearrange your inner world. Just as trees shed leaves when the season demands it, so must you release what no longer belongs in your atmosphere. And just as the tides obey the gravity of the moon, so must your spirit obey the pull of alignment. By their fruit you will recognize them. Matthew 7:16. Why cling to branches that no longer bear fruit? The arts echo this truth. In Beethoven's Symphonie No. Woo. The opening notes strike like fate, knocking on the door, subtle yet unrelenting. That same knock resounds on the 17th of September. The atmosphere demanded alignment, not performance. And you, chosen one, answered not by playing louder, but by stepping into silence. Like the rests between the notes in Beethoven's score, your pause became the very heartbeat of your power. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. Isn't it extraordinary that silence is not emptiness but music only heaven can hear? Chosen ones, rise. This was your day of discernment, your moment of holy restraint. You have seen what silence births. You have felt what stillness shields. Your protection is not weakness, it is wisdom. Your pause is not loss, it is alignment. The 17th of September will be remembered, not as the day you retreated, but as the day you stood firm. Step forward now, with clarity, carrying the peace that guarded you, and let the world learn that you did not survive by speaking louder. You overcame by standing still. Meanwhile, the moon continues to move with intensity, stirring emotional layers you once believed were already resolved. These two forces, the solar clarity and the lunar exposure, combine to form a mirror that does not blink. And when the light hits just right, even those you love most can cast a shadow you didn't expect. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. Luke 8:17. Could it be that God uses even the light of others to reveal the parts of you that still need release? That is why today, more than most, you may have found yourself needing space. And if you haven't taken it yet, it is not too late. You can still pull back, not in anger, but in awareness. Your nervous system knows when something is off. It interprets frequencies faster than your logic can explain. In neuroscience, this is called somatic intelligence, the body remembering truth before the mind catches up. The Spirit Himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. Romans 8:16. Isn't it extraordinary that your spirit and even your body bear witness to what your mouth cannot yet say? Don't try to explain it away. You don't owe anyone your emotional availability. Not today. Not when the energy is this sharp. Not when you are this close to shedding something that has clung to you for far too long. In physics, resonance happens when two frequencies align. But what happens when a foreign vibration tries to shake you out of harmony? That's why boundaries are not cruelty, they are insulation. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Why let someone else's disharmony pull you out of the rhythm heaven has set? Yes, it might confuse others, it might even sting them a little. But their confusion is not your responsibility. Your clarity is. You are not here to absorb everyone's energy simply to maintain peace that was never real. You are here to protect what is rising within you. And right now, it is rising quickly. In architecture, the higher the tower is built, the deeper its foundation must be. So too, with your growth, it demands structure, reinforcement, and the strength to withstand pressure. The wise woman builds her house, but with her own hands the foolish one tears hers down. Proverbs 14:1. Isn't silence sometimes the very stone in the foundation that keeps the house standing? That kind of growth needs boundaries. It needs quiet. It needs time. So if your heart feels more guarded today, honor that. If you are not ready to answer messages, don't. If being near certain people feels like too much, it probably is. You don't need more signs. You only need to trust what you already feel. Even in the world of leadership, this truth has been echoed. The late Apple founder Steve Jobs once remarked, "Focusing is about saying no." His entire legacy was built not on chasing every opportunity, but on guarding clarity with ruthless precision. Shouldn't your soul be treated with even greater care? Chosen ones, hear this. Your silence is not weakness, it is structure. Your distance is not rejection, it is wisdom. Your guarded heart is not fear, it is alignment. The Lord gives strength to His people. The Lord blesses His people with peace. Psalm 29:11. The 17th of September is not about pleasing the voices around you. It is about protecting the voice of God within you. Stand firm in your stillness and let heaven show you what only silence can reveal. Today isn't a day for fixing, explaining, or negotiating with your intuition. It is a day for holding it close, for letting the discomfort pass through without reacting to it. It is a day for allowing other people's emotions to remain with them, because something sacred is still unfolding in you. And you, yes, you are still becoming. The Lord will perfect that which concerns me. Psalm 138:8. Isn't it true that becoming requires silence? Not justification. The ones closest to you may not always mean harm. But on days like this, intention matters less than energy, because meaning can be disguised. But energy never lies. You felt it, didn't you? That subtle shift in tone, that small request that weighed more heavily than it should have, that conversation that left you drained far quicker than expected. It was not random. It was not a coincidence. It was a signal, a frequency only your spirit was tuned finely enough to notice. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God. 1 John 4:1. Could it be that discernment has been waiting for you to stop explaining it away and finally honor it as the voice of God within you? The 17th of September did not shout. It did not arrive with spectacle, drama, or disaster. It whispered. It was revealed, and if you were paying attention, you caught it, that flicker in your chest, that weight in your gut, that unmistakable knowing that this moment is a test. Do you keep playing it like you always have? Or do you finally rise into alignment? Stand firm, and you will win life. Luke 21:19. The question pressed on you: would you explain yourself away yet again? Or would you dare to let your silence be your shield? And so you didn't explain. You didn't chase after comfort. You didn't apologize for your silence or smooth over their discomfort. You let the moment remain unspoken, unresolved, yet unbelievably powerful. Because this time you were not looking to prove anything. You were protecting something. Your peace, your growth, your clarity, and protecting these came at a cost. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. John 14:27. How else can peace be established if not by guarding it in the moments when every part of you is tempted to break it? The world echoes this truth. The Brazilian novelist Paulo Coelho, author of The Alchemist, once wrote, "When you say yes to others, make sure you are not saying no to yourself." His wisdom reminds us that protecting your alignment often means disappointing others. But is it not better to disappoint people than to betray your soul? History also warns us through its villains. Pontius Pilate, faced with the decision over Jesus' fate, chose the path of appeasement over alignment. He washed his hands publicly, convincing himself he had no responsibility. But his compromise marked him forever. His name is remembered not for courage, but for surrendering to the crowd. What does his story teach us if not this? That failure to protect truth in the moment of testing becomes a legacy of regret. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil. Isaiah 5:20. The pull to engage was real. The temptation to soften, to return to what was familiar, knocked loudly at your door. Yet so did the realization: not every closeness deserves continued access. Not every familiar voice is meant to walk with you into the next version of yourself. Today was surgery without knives, transformation without noise, a reshaping only silence could perform. And when you chose stillness over reaction, space over explanation, alignment over approval, something in the universe responded. Heaven bore witness. The atmosphere shifted, and your spirit stood taller than ever before. Chosen ones, rise. This is your testimony. That silence was not weakness, it was wisdom. That restraint was not avoidance, it was alignment. That your pause was not emptiness, it was prophecy. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1-9. The 17th of September will not be remembered as the day you stayed quiet, but as the day heaven announced, you have grown, you have passed, and you will never return to who you were before. The sun in Leo pushed your light forward, while the moon drew your shadows out. Together, they became a mirror, and in that reflection, you saw yourself with piercing clarity, not the version molded by others' demands, but the one you have been building in silence, strong, clear, unapologetically grounded. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1-7. So if the air felt heavier today, if conversations seemed charged, if people pressed in when all you longed for was stillness, remember this: it was never about them. It was about your becoming, your unveiling, and even the stars seemed to conspire to make sure you could no longer hide from yourself. It was about your evolution, your energetic threshold, your capacity to carry what heaven has planted within you. And as the evening softened and the weight of the day began to lift, you sensed something undeniable. A shift had occurred. You may not have the words yet, but your body knows it. A gate closed. A new space opened. And you did not just survive it, you honored it. Isn't it powerful to realize that silence can close doors more firmly than words ever could? The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me. Psalm 28-7. And the shield you held today was not forged by explanation, but by restraint. That is how heaven teaches you that boundaries are divine architecture. Think about it. How many times have you brushed off that uneasy feeling when someone's tone didn't match their words? How often have you excused that subtle pull, the friend who checks in but leaves you drained? The family member who cloaks control as care? The partner who wants your presence but not your growth? Most of the time you swallowed it, called it normal, even dared to call it love. But today, especially today, heaven refused to let you excuse it anymore. By their fruit you will recognize them. Matthew 7:16. Could it be that discernment is not suspicion, but revelation? And what if ignoring that revelation is the very reason you stayed bound longer than necessary? You may have noticed it in the smallest things: the offhand comment that landed sharper than it should, the smile that felt more like a mask than warmth, the embrace that carried a hidden weight. Nature itself reflects this pattern. Just as a tree resists vines that threaten to choke its branches, so too must you resist attachments that drain rather than nourish. Just as the eagle sheds its feathers to soar higher, so too must you release what no longer aligns. Those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. Isaiah 40-31. If even creation teaches you that release is survival, will you not listen? For even the ocean must let go of the tide at night, and still it returns stronger at dawn. The great works of art whisper this truth. In verdis opera la traviata. The heroine Violetta sings of love that demands sacrifice, but when love becomes a cage, her song turns into lament. That music still reverberates through centuries as a reminder. Any love that suffocates growth is not love, but bondage. And isn't your silence today the same declaration that you will no longer bow to cages? even gilded ones. It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm, then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery. Galatians 5:1. And what is a cage but an illusion of safety that kills slowly? Your refusal to enter is your loudest hymn. Chosen ones, rise. The 17th of September was not about noise, but about noticing. It was not about pleasing others, but about protecting your clarity. It was not about their expectations, but about your covenant with God. Your silence was not weakness, it was warfare. Your pause was not absence, it was authority. Walk forward now, lighter, clearer, and stronger, knowing heaven honored your restraint. The mirror has shown you who you are. Now step into it fully, without apology. And when history looks back on this day, it will record not what you withheld, but what you preserved. When your body stiffened during a casual conversation, when your chest paused as someone asked you for something simple, yet it felt like too much. That was not an accident. It was a divine signal. Your nervous system was not betraying you, it was archiving wisdom, recording resonance and dissonance like a finely tuned instrument. In physics, resonance occurs when a frequency aligns with its true note, and dissonance rattles the structure until it collapses. Could it be that what you felt was your soul's architecture, warning you that the vibration of that moment was no longer sustainable? Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. The pause was never punishment, it was information. And information, in the kingdom of God, is revelation. Not every person who begins the journey with you is meant to walk through every gate. In architecture, the higher the tower, the narrower the staircase access is reduced as elevation increases. Spiritually, this is the same. Not every voice should echo in the chambers of your ascent. Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. 1 Corinthians 15:33. So when today revealed familiar patterns, those subtle repetitions you once overlooked, but now blaze like red warning lights, it wasn't to shame you. It was to remind you that discernment is not suspicion. It is sight sharpened by heaven. And how many times have you confused loyalty with permission to remain bound? Think of the tension you felt in conversations that drained your center. You smiled, but your stomach clenched. You said, "I'm fine," but your soul whispered otherwise. Psychology calls this cognitive dissonance, when what you express externally collides with what your inner reality screams. Yet heaven calls it alignment, trying to rescue you. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. Isn't it striking that even silence can be a stronger frequency than words? When a violin stops playing, the air still trembles with resonance. Could your pause be the same heaven's echo still ringing even after your voice withdrew? This is why silence today carried weight. It wasn't avoidance, it was architecture. A wall is not built to imprison but to protect the garden within. Neuroscience calls this neuroplasticity. The brain rewires itself to sustain healthier patterns when old pathways are no longer reinforced. So too with your spirit. Every time you chose silence over self-betrayal, you carved a new pathway of strength. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. What if your pause was not absence, but God Himself fortifying your inner temple? The silence was scaffolding, building you brick by brick into someone who can carry greater weight without collapse. History testifies as well. Nelson Mandela, long before he was celebrated as a world leader, endured decades of silence in prison. Many thought that silence weakened him, yet Mandela later wrote, that silence became his greatest teacher, shaping patience, clarity, and discipline. His life proves that silence is not always emptiness. It can be the womb of transformation. And isn't that the same womb heaven placed you in today? Could it be that what others misinterpret as withdrawal is actually gestation? You're becoming hidden until the appointed time. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Chosen one. Understand this. Today was not a random date. It was a divine checkpoint, a mirror, a calibration of frequency. You did not abandon anyone. You stopped abandoning yourself. You stepped out of old resonance into the sound of heaven's alignment. You proved that boundaries are not barriers. They are the covenant lines drawn by God's own hand. And in this decision, you ascended. You moved from reaction to authority, from noise to clarity, from guilt to glory. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. And in stillness, you have already won. That tension you've carried for so long, it feels lighter now, doesn't it? The weight of constantly managing other people's emotions, the burden of proving your worth by overgiving, is beginning to slip away. For years you may have mistaken sacrifice for love. But today, heaven revealed something deeper. You never needed external validation to stand in your truth. Scripture reminds us, the Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Could it be that silence, rather than endless explanation, has always been your greatest shield? The 17th of September was not simply a date on the calendar. It was proof. Proof that silence can be louder than words, that alignment feels holier than approval, and that walking in divine order is more powerful than meeting human expectations. This is not the end of the lesson, chosen one, but the first real sign that you've outgrown the old reflex of abandoning yourself just to keep others comfortable. Once you've felt the gravity of that shift, once you've tasted the strength of refusing to shrink, you cannot go back. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord your God goes with you. Deuteronomy 31:6. Do you see how even the smallest moment of resistance against manipulation marks the birth of a new you? Remember this day. The heaviness in the room, the way people's words no longer landed with the same authority. They were not accidents, they were signs. Not signs meant to scare you, but signs meant to remind you you've crossed into new territory, and the old patterns can no longer hold you. In the same way that rivers carve valleys over centuries, pressure shaped you until breakthrough finally came. Every tense silence, every hidden demand from others was a marker of spiritual refinement. And when life inevitably brings you back to similar crossroads, when someone pushes too far, when the air feels thick, when silence feels like the only safe refuge, you will know exactly what to do. This is not about them anymore. It is about you, your growth, your sacred alignment. As the psalmist declared, "Be still and know that I am God." Psalm 46:10. What if those very silences you once hated are now the sacred battlegrounds where God is training you to stand without wavering? Here's the truth most people miss. Divine tests rarely come with thunder. They hide in the ordinary. A phone call that unsettles you, a comment that lingers in your chest, a silence that suddenly feels heavier than any word spoken. These aren't coincidences. They are the architecture of heaven, carefully designed to reveal whether you've learned to hold your energy steady without shrinking. The 17th of September wasn't pushing you to react. It was pulling you to observe, to notice, to finally see the patterns that only appear when you refuse to smooth everything over. Test all things, hold fast what is good. 1 Thessalonians 5:21. Are you beginning to see the divine fingerprints in these subtle tests? And when you looked back on that day, clarity came. Who approached you with genuine care? Who cloaked their demand in kindness, only to reveal their true nature when you no longer bowed to unspoken expectations? These weren't random encounters. They were heaven's scalpel cutting through illusion. Once you've seen it, you cannot unsee it. Once you recognize where your energy leaks, you stop bleeding yourself dry in the name of loyalty. The 17th of September was about sealing those leaks, reclaiming the life that was quietly draining from you. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Is it not clear now that your silence is not weakness but wisdom, that your pause is not hesitation but strength? History itself affirms this pattern. Nelson Mandela, the great liberator of South Africa, once said that courage is not the absence of fear, it's inspiring others to move beyond it. His years of unjust imprisonment could have consumed him, yet he emerged with a resolve so unshakable that even his enemies could not deny it. Doesn't this mirror the way God uses hidden seasons to birth unshakable strength in his chosen? On the other hand, history also records the ruin of those who chose the path of manipulation. Herod, who sought to silence John the Baptist to preserve his pride and power, ended not in glory but in disgrace. Remembered not for his empire but for his weakness, every manipulator meets their consequence. For truth has a way of writing its final word across eternity. And this, chosen one, is the turning point. The 17th of September wasn't about exposure to others, it was about the awakening of you. You are not called to bleed for approval anymore. You are called to rise, to walk with the confidence of one who knows heaven's gaze rests upon them. If God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. Today marks your release from the prison of overgiving and your entrance into the sanctuary of alignment. Rise, chosen one. Step forward lighter, clearer, and stronger. For this lesson was never meant to break you. It was meant to unveil you. This is what transformation looks like in real time. No fireworks, no dramatic exits, only quiet turns that redirect an entire journey. It's the river rounding a bend you didn't notice until the shoreline changed. The wind shifting just enough to fill a different sail. One withheld reply. One boundary, unspoken yet firmly kept. One brave decision to let another carry the weight of their own emotions without rescuing them. See, I am doing a new thing, now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. When a day is set apart like this, how could a soft pivot carry so much power? As evening settles, something within feels lighter, rooted yet unburdened, strong in a way that makes explanation unnecessary. You're no longer chasing closure like a bird that has forgotten its sky. You're not forcing fragile ties to survive, like trees releasing their leaves in due season. You're letting what must fall. There is a time to be silent and a time to speak. Ecclesiastes 3:7. When silence finally aligns with truth, what else needs defending? The 17th of September was sacred because it ended the bargaining with your peace. From here, everything shifts. When you refuse to betray yourself to keep others comfortable, heaven aligns your steps with people and places that honor the same clarity. The field around you cleans itself like rain that clears the dust from long-traveled roads. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. Isn't it striking how peace, once guarded, becomes the compass rather than the prize? This day was never about endings. It was about alignment. It showed who can walk beside the future forming in you, and who served as a passing lesson on the way, like a lighthouse that refuses to move for restless ships. You are learning to stand where God has planted you. Take a slow breath tonight and let the weight slide off. Can two walk together unless they agree? Amos 3:3. When agreement with your calling becomes non-negotiable, what doors quietly close and which ones open wider than before? What happened today was a filter rather than a fight, a sorting that freed you from the subtle bargains you've made for years. The sky after rain looks nearer. The path after fog looks truer. Those small moments, the comment that clung too long, the smile that asked too much, the pause that felt holy were not random. They were clarity arriving without sirens. By their fruit you will recognize them. Matthew 7:16. And isn't fruit easiest to see when the noise finally stills? The arts echo the lesson. In Bach's Sainte, Matthew Passion. The aria, Erbarme dich. Mein Gott moves with a hush that carries more weight than thunder. The violin weeps softly while the soul bows low. Teaching that restraint can hold a heavier glory than shouting ever could. That same hush met you today, not conflict, not chaos, but clarity, clear enough to set you free from cycles that once felt inevitable. It opens a chapter where your energy is gathered, not scattered, where boundaries are honored, not negotiated, where silence signals wisdom, not weakness. As this day fades, you know what actually happened. You didn't just pass through hours, you crossed a threshold. You showed heaven you're ready for rooms that require steadiness, not performance. You showed your own heart that it can stand without explanation. And because of that, what lies ahead will not resemble what lies behind. Chosen one, rise. Guard the calm you won. Keep the door narrow where it must be narrow. Walk forward in holy quiet, and let your peace do the speaking. Chosen ones, this is the hinge where your story turns. The 17th of September was never about fear. It was about fidelity, choosing alignment over approval, covenant over convenience. You proved that silence can carry more authority than an argument, that a boundary can protect what God is building instead of breaking what love has blessed. From here on, access must match assignment. If someone cannot honor the atmosphere required for your becoming, your distance is wisdom, not war. Carry this with you. Your peace is not a luxury. It's your mandate. When the next soft test arrives, a familiar tone, a gentle pull, the subtle pressure to explain, hold steady. You do not owe anyone the version of you that grace has already outgrown. Let your yes be precious, your no be holy, and your silence be a sanctuary where God finishes what he started. If this message grounded you, tap like, share it with someone who needs clarity, and comment your key takeaway below. I read them and they matter. And if you want more teaching in this vein, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss what's next. Thank you for being here, truly. Whether you support through super thanks or simply with your presence, prayers, and attention, I'm grateful. Your time is a gift, and you've spent it wisely. Now, a blessing over you. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you and give you peace. May your discernment be sharp, your steps ordered, and your spirit unshakable on the 17th of September and every day after. Rise, beloved. Stay aligned. Walk in peace.